Chapter 1223. Just when Lin Xiao was having a meeting with the high-level zombies who had just improved their strength, Qiu Lily rushed in again. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, that big red cat is here again. She excitedly ran in with her two ponytails, completely ignoring the existence of other zombies, and shouted at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at her excited face and said helplessly, "It's here. Why are you so excited? Did it attack you?" Qiu Lily shook her head. "No." "Then did it bite anyone?" Lin Xiao asked again. Qiu Lily shook her head again. "No." Lin Xiao said, "Then it didn't attack the base, right?" Qiu Lily wanted to shake her head, but she realized what Lin Xiao said halfway. She quickly nodded, "No." Lin Xiao looked at her speechlessly. "Then why are you so excited? Tell me, what did it come out for?" Qiu Lily said with a puzzled expression, "It threw a big bird outside the gate of the base, and now it's sitting next to the bird, watching the high wall of the base and not leaving." Lin Xiao said, "Huh, how big is the bird?" "Sitting at the gate with a bird in its mouth, watching the gate and not leaving?" Why did the scene look a bit cough? Not that she was thinking too much, but it really looked like a house cat. Qiu Lily crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised one hand to touch her chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, it's a mutated bird bigger than that six-legged cat, and it's not dead yet, but it's being held down by the strange cat's claws, so it can't fly." Lin Xiao turned to look at the others, and they all had the same expression. She looked at the report in her hand, and there was still something she wanted to say. After thinking for a moment, she turned to Qiu Lily and said, "You go and see what it's doing from afar. If it keeps sitting there, just ignore it. Let's see how long it will sit there. Maybe if we ignore it, it will leave by itself." Last time she observed the strange cat, it didn't seem to attack people randomly, and it was a vegetarian. Although she didn't know why it was guarding the gate with a bird in its mouth. Since it was sitting there without moving, it obviously wouldn't attack. Then should we close the gate? Because everyone was scared by it. Qiu Lily thought for a while and asked her again. Lin Xiao turned his head and said to Duan Wan, who was standing behind him, "Go and seal that door first. Those who want to leave can leave from another door." "Yes." Duan Wan answered neatly and went out. Hearing that, Qiu Lily turned around and ran out. "I'll keep an eye on it." Lin Xiao looked at Qiu Lily's back, then said to Xie Dong and the others, "Okay, let's continue. Everyone, remember, when you go out to recruit members of the army, try to choose the ones with the least bloody smell. Zombies that reek of blood are not suitable to join us." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. "I'll be bringing another batch of people to China. You'll be stabilizing your levels in the base. At the same time, be aware of any underworld creatures appearing around the base. If it appears, Jingyan, remember to look for Lung Xiantong to get the medicine. At the moment, we can't make weapons out of these potions because we don't have enough manpower. We'll have to trouble people from Haiqing to make them, but it will take time. It's best if our base is safe before the first batch of weapons comes back." Lin Xiao said the last sentence as if he was praying. Jingyan, who was called, nodded, understood. Xie Dong and Mo were the only two zombies that managed to advance from level 6 to level 7. The other zombies that were originally level 6 hadn't reached the stage where they needed to advance, so they could only wait. As for the ones that successfully advanced from level 5 to level 6, besides Jingyan, Lu Mingsong, Yin Xiao, and Lu Li, there were 5 others. They were the man and woman who had been with Qiu Lily since the beginning. They were male zombie number 1, Jin Zhuyang, and female zombie number 2, Yu Xiaoxian. Finally, the first batch of zombies that followed her all reached level 6. It wasn't easy. In addition to them, there were 3 other zombies that had been promoted to the rank of the king of level 6. These 3 people were Lu Feng, He Jiayun, and Su Fongfong, who had completely recovered their memories. In addition, there was one of the zombies that Lin Xiao had assigned to Xie Dong. It was the one that discovered the rats, but was afraid of them. From level 4 to 5, Lin Xiao didn't help all of them advance. One reason was that their merits hadn't reached the requirement, and the other was that Lin Xiao didn't have that much time. So from level 4 to level 5, she just conveniently helped the wind-type zombie that was afraid of mice. When she asked him to take off his clothes and go into the water, he was so shy. In the end, he was kicked down by Xiedong like a little wife. The last one is the cultivation base. You guys need to strengthen the defense. Don't put your focus on the underground monsters outside the base and forget about this place. This is also an important project of our base. Xiedong, send the Earth zombies to monitor the situation in the cultivation base every day. If there are any discoveries, we can prepare as soon as possible. Lin Xiao knocked on the table and said, "Yes." This time, it was Xiedong who answered her, because he was also in charge of the cultivation base. Lin Xiao talked with them for another half an hour before the meeting was finally over. After coming out, she went to the resting room next door and gently picked up Tung Tung, who was sleeping soundly. She put him in her arms and got into the car. "Go to the city gate and see what that strange cat is doing," she whispered to Duan Wan, who was in the driver's seat. Duan Wan looked up at the rearview mirror and didn't say anything. But Lin Xiao knew that she understood. Seeing that she didn't want to wake up Ting Ting, Lin Xiao didn't care and looked out the window. At this time, there was a huge red cat sitting on the spacious isolation zone outside the west gate. The huge cat's front paw was pressing down on an even bigger bird. The wall gate was already closed. A group of people stood on top of the wall and looked at the two mutated beasts. Although the giant bird kept flapping its huge wings, it couldn't escape from the cat's paw. When the huge cat saw that it was struggling too hard, it would pop out its sharp claws and stab it. As a level 5 mutated bird, it wouldn't die after being scratched a few times. So when Lin Xiao arrived, it was still alive. Roared Dash, smelling Lin Xiao's breath approaching. The big strange cat immediately became a little restless. It immediately stood up from its sitting position. The tens of meters long tail behind, it was like a whip, swinging left and right rhythmically. Chapter 1224. Lin Xiao carried little Tung up the stairs slowly and climbed to the top of the wall. Then, he walked to the side and looked at the strange cat. Roar, seeing Lin Xiao appear on the top of the wall. The strange cat stretched out its neck and roared at Lin Xiao. Then, it lowered its head and bit the big bird under its claws. Then, it dragged the struggling giant bird 2 steps forward and put it down. Perhaps it was bitten too hard. The bird struggled on the ground, trying to fly, but it couldn't fly no matter how hard it tried. It's like a cat. It only recognizes you. Qiu Lily saw the strange cat's actions and couldn't help but say. Then, she moved closer to Lin Xiao. She had been watching for half an hour, and the strange cat didn't move. However, when Lin Xiao came, it immediately moved. At this time, little Tung in Lin Xiao's arms might have smelled something strange. His eyelids moved, and he woke up. Then, he opened his eyes and found that he was in his mother's arms. Looking around, he found that his position was a bit high and a bit spacious. Just as he turned his head to look down the strange smell, a fiery red beast appeared in front of him. However, at this time, the strange cat suddenly roared at Lin Xiao. Oh, then it pushed the big bird forward and suddenly turned around. Then, with a flick of its tail, it bent its 6 legs and jumped. In an instant, it disappeared on the spot, leaving only a big, half-dead bird that was still there, flapping its wings from time to time. It left. Qiu Lily cried out in surprise. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened as she looked in the direction where the strange cat disappeared. Then, she looked at the giant bird that was left on the spot. It left its prey and ran away. "Do you want to give this bird to us? Is that so?" Then, she turned to look at Lin Xiao in confusion. Lin Xiao looked at her uncertainly, then looked outside the base and said, "It seems like little Ting noticed that there were strangers around, so he didn't say anything. He just rubbed his eyes and climbed to Lin Xiao's chest, hugging her neck." Lin Xiao followed his movements and changed his position. Then, she looked back at him. She asked, "Have you slept enough?" Ting hugged her neck and lay down again. He narrowed his eyes and did not respond to Lin Xiao's words. "What about the mutant bird down there?" Qiu Lily asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao passed Xiao Tung to Qiu Lily. "Xiao Ting, let Sister Lily hold it for a while. I'll go down and collect the bird before coming back up. Xiao Lily subconsciously stretched out her hands to catch Tungting's soft body. Then, she watched as Lin Xiao jumped down from the wall and landed beside the bird. Then, the bird disappeared the moment she touched it. Okay, the gate is open. Duan turned around and shouted at the gate below the wall. Yes. The captain guarding the door immediately responded and sent someone to open the door. After Lin Xiao came up, he carried Tungting and said, "Let's go back." Did it come just to deliver a bird? Xiao Lily asked curiously as she followed Lin Xiao. Maybe, Lin Xiao answered casually. However, she was puzzled. Why did the strange cat send a bird? Was this considered a gift? But why? Besides, it didn't eat meat. Why would it send meat to them? The strange story of the strange cat sending a mutant bird to the gate of the base quickly spread in the base. Everyone felt that this was a novel thing, but at the same time, they were curious about why the strange cat did this. Have you heard? A six-legged, blood-red, hairless strange cat sent a big bird to our base. It would be great if the bird wasn't a mutant. But this kind of behavior is like a kitten that would occasionally catch a bird or mouse from outside. But what's the purpose of this strange cat? Who knows? But I heard that it didn't intend to attack the base. It's the first time we've met such a friendly mutant beast. I just heard that it's too ugly and not good-looking. How do you know it's ugly? I know the soldier guarding the gate. He said that the cat is very big, has no fur, and is blood-red. It's ugly just thinking about it, and it has 2 horns on its head. Its teeth are also very long. After Lin Xiao returned home, Tungting said to her, "Mommy, that cat seems to like you." Lin Xiao looked at him strangely. How do you know? Can you sense its thoughts? After she sat on the sofa, Tungting climbed to the side and sat against the back of the sofa. He said, "No, I can't sense its thoughts, but I can feel from its breath that it is trying to please you." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Do you know why it is doing this?" She could also feel that the strange cat was trying to please its owner, but she didn't understand why. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. She didn't do anything for the strange cat. Why did it come to her? Tungting rolled his eyes at her. How do I know? I'm hungry. Mommy, go and cook for me. Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly and could only say, "Okay, I got it. Wrap yourself in the quilt. It's cold." Tungting said carelessly, "Don't be afraid of the cold. I won't catch a cold." On the other side, after the strange cat left the base, it didn't go far. Instead, it hid a few hundred meters away and quietly looked in the direction of the base. When it saw Lin Xiao coming down from the top of the wall and taking away the giant bird, it turned its head to look in the other direction, which was the direction of the Wushan plantation base and the military area. However, it only took a glance there before it really turned around and left. In the end, it looked in a direction not far away. A snake, a dog, a mushroom, and a tiger cub were quietly looking at it. Although they were very quiet, they were a little vigilant. Especially when the strange cat looked at them before it left, it made their necks stand up. They didn't relax until it was completely gone. Ow, ow, ow. Seeing that the big cat was gone, the tiger cub ran behind Erwang's, but then bit its tail and dragged it back. Woof! Erwang immediately turned its head and barked at it. But in the next second, it dragged its tail and spun around in circles. Of course, the tiger cub was dragged by its tail and swung around again and again. In the end, the little tiger let go with a whimper and rolled out of the room twice. Woof, woof, woof. Wang pounced in front of it, lowered its front limbs, then raised its butt and barked a few times at the tiger cub. The tiger cub wasn't afraid of it. It immediately got up and opened its paws, looking like it was going to fight. It raised its head and barked at Wang. After the black snake saw that the big cat, that was much more intimidating than them, left, the two on its side immediately started playing. It coldly rolled its eyes at them, then turned around and slipped away. Chapter 1225. When Lin Xiao fed Tingting, she discussed with him, "Son, let's discuss something." Tingting looked up at her. "What's the matter?" Lin Xiao fed him a mouthful of milk porridge and said, "When you're full, why don't you come into my space to accompany your Uncle Lu?" Tingting looked at her strangely. Why did you specifically ask me to go in to accompany him? Lin Xiao said, because he's in a bad mood right now. I think he likes you very much. Letting you in to accompany him will make him feel better. Tungting's expression became even more confused, and he asked her, why is he in a bad mood? Did he fall out of love? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him and said, he doesn't have a girl he likes now. How could he fall out of love? Then what's wrong? Tungting looked at her in confusion, and then opened his mouth to take the spoon that she stretched out. Because he already knows my true identity. He has always been very concerned about Lu Tianyu, so now that he is sure that I am not Lu Tianyu, he feels a little sad. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh when she thought of Lu Tianyu's expression and the aura of an abandoned puppy when he left. Ah, did you tell him? But it's also true. He has been by your side for so long. He should be suspicious. After all, the original owner of your body is, after all, two people. It's not the same. Tungting was stunned, and then said. Lin Xiao said, these days he looks like he has lost his soul and has no spirit at all. That's why she wanted Tungting to go in to accompany him. Because in the past 2 days, Lu Tianyu had been sitting quietly on the steps in front of the small building in the space, and he didn't care about the vegetables and crops in the field. He let the other zombies do it themselves, and he didn't pay attention to them. Only when the zombies came to ask him would he come back to his senses a little. Lin Xiao knew what he was thinking. As long as she paid a little attention to his movements, she would be able to sense his thoughts. Right now, Lu Tianyu's heart was empty. After all, the family that he had always cared about was suddenly gone. Before, he had been lying to himself that he was thinking too much. When Lin Xiao really opened her mouth, he came back to his senses and realized that it was true. Just like everyone who had lost their loved ones, they would feel sad and their hearts would suddenly feel empty. Lin Xiao felt that if he used this body to comfort him, the effect would probably be the same. Therefore, when his friends and brothers were not here, he could only let little Tungting try. After feeding Tungting, Lin Xiao gave him a bath with hot water, changed his clothes, and carried him into the space. Lu Tianyu was sitting on the steps, looking ahead in a daze. Suddenly, a person flashed in front of him, but the first thing he saw was the little person in her arms. Uncle. As soon as Tung saw Lu Tianyu, he turned around and reached out to hug him. Lu Tianyu hadn't seen Xiao Tungting since the day of the full moon banquet. Now that he suddenly saw him, his expression obviously turned cold. His eyes also flashed with some vigor. He stood up and took little Tungting into his arms. She smiled and asked, have you missed your uncle these days? Tungting lay in his arms, nodded seriously, and said yes. Lu Tianyu's heart warmed slightly. Then he looked up at Lin Xiao, but soon his eyes turned away with a complicated look. Ahem, I don't have time to take care of him recently, and he doesn't like Duan want to hug him. So help me take care of him first. Lin Xiao thought of an excuse and said to Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu was startled when he heard this. Then he seemed to understand something. He nodded and said, I understand. Lin Xiao turned around and went out to prepare some daily necessities and clothes for Tungting. She brought them in and placed them in the living room. There was also some rice, mutated eggs, and a clay pot for Tungting to cook. They were all prepared and placed in the kitchen. Now in Lin Xiao's space, not only were there deer and sheep, but there were also a lot of chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigs. She had asked Lin Feng to bring people out to capture them alive for her to raise first. However, Lin Xiao didn't raise these birds with the deer and sheep on the big lawn opposite. Instead, she raised them in the open space behind the small building. She had already asked a metal-type ability user to make a few large iron cages and put these mutated but low-level chickens and ducks in the iron cages that were a few 100 meters square. Usually, Lu Tianyu fed them fodder made from rice and dried sweet potatoes. Although these mutated chickens and ducks also eat meat, they didn't reject vegetarians. In any case, they were omnivores. Speaking of which, after the mutation, the chickens could fly. Although the ducks still couldn't fly, it was difficult for them to dig holes in the ground. After the combat geese mutated, their combat strength became even more fierce. They fought in the cages every day, and goose feathers flew all over the place. Especially a few days ago when Lu Tianyu wasn't around, no one fed these chickens, ducks, and geese. The back of the building was noisy. Sometimes, when Lin Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, she would come in and scatter a few handfuls of fodder for them. She felt that Lu Tianyi was now the farm owner in her space. Without him around, she really couldn't do anything. No one cared about the vegetables in the fields, the rice and wheat in the fields, and the chickens, ducks, and geese. She threw the pigs on the lawn opposite the lake, letting them accompany the mutant deer and mutant sheep. Because these mutant pigs also ate the grass here, they wouldn't starve to death. But from time to time, they would fight with the deer and sheep. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already raised these chickens, ducks, and geese, so there were eggs for Tung Tung to eat. However, these eggs couldn't be eaten by humans, so she could only give them to Tung Tung. So when Wu Chengyue made food for him, he used a special pot to cook it. Although he felt that he had eaten the female zombie clean, he didn't need to worry about it. But Ling Ling was still a normal person, so he couldn't neglect it. After Lin Xiao prepared everything, she thought for a moment and said, "If there's anything else you need, let me know." Lu Tianyi nodded. Tung Tung's appearance finally made him a little more spirited. He was just a little unwilling to look at Lin Xiao, his eyes always unintentionally avoiding her face. Seeing him nod, Lin Xiao turned and left the space. Tung Tung looked at Lu Tianyi, then asked him, "Uncle, are you still sad?" Lu Tianyi hugged him and sat on the sofa, looked at him, and asked with a smile, "How do you know I'm still sad?" Tung Tung looked at him with a pair of big eyes and said, "Uncle, you know what happened to Mama, so you're sad. And this is the second time you've been sad because of your sister. Because when Lu Tianyi died last year, Lu Tianyi definitely didn't feel good when he heard the news. Later, when he saw Lin Xiao who had become a zombie, he thought that Lu Tianyi had come back to life. In the end, he didn't expect that his understanding would be shattered again. His notorious sister had died a long time ago. More importantly, when she died, she still didn't treat him as family. Why do these people like to rub his head now? Would it make him bald? If I don't enlighten you, should I let my mama do it? You definitely don't want to see her now, right? Right? Little Tung Ting crossed his two short hands in front of his chest, then lay in his arms and looked up at him. His small eyes had an expression that said, "I know what you are thinking." Lu Tianyi saw that his expression was very cute, and he smiled softly in his heart. "I will only think more and more when I see her now. My mind is too chaotic, and her situation is very special. I don't know what to do." Little Tung Ting nodded. "If you don't know what to do, then don't think about it. Let nature take its course. If you can let go of my mama's current body, you can also pretend that she doesn't exist. If you can't let go, then can't you just treat my mama as another sister? Just like how my mama treats you as another younger brother. Sometimes, relatives don't necessarily need to be related by blood. Only those who treat you sincerely are relatives." The last sentence made Lu Tianyi slightly stunned. Then he looked at little Tung Ting's serious expression. He suddenly felt that the things he had been struggling with before now didn't matter anymore. That's right. Sometimes relatives don't necessarily need to be related by blood. And those who are related by blood are not necessarily true relatives. The human heart is the most important. Those who treat you sincerely are better than those who don't care about you. What's more, it's already the end of the world. It's not like the peaceful society of the past. Now, there will only be fewer and fewer people who can treat you sincerely. Thinking about Lu Tianyi's attitude towards him in the past, it was indeed very cold. That was a coldness that really didn't care about him at all. All right. Even if that heartless sister of yours is no longer here, you're still with us, and I, the smart and cute little Tung Tung." Little Tung Tung patted the back of Lu Tianyi's hand and said. Lu Tianyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his mood relaxed a lot. Then he sighed and patted little Tung Tung's fluffy head, saying, "All right. For your sake, I'll let nature take its course. Anyway, life here isn't bad." After saying that, he carried little Tung Tung out of the living room and stood on the steps to look at the fields outside. Although this space didn't belong to him, many of the things here were created by him. These vegetable fields, those rice fields, and the chickens, ducks, and geese behind the building. After all, he had spent a lot of effort here. If he left and someone else came, would they cripple him? At this time, little Tung suddenly said, "Or you should help me find an ant to divert my energy so that I don't have to think about it all day. Look at Uncle Kong's progress with Annie Long. Soon, he will evolve from a dog to a human. You should hurry up and evolve too, and how about it? I think that's a good idea, right?" Saying that, he looked at Liu Tianyi with a smile. Liu Tianyi didn't expect that he would stab himself in the back. He looked at him speechlessly. "I've already become a zombie. Why would I still find a wife?" "You can totally find a zombie wife. The aunties and sisters in Mama's army are all pretty good." Little Tung didn't care about his question at all, and said, "And look, Uncle Xie is ready to be Tong's father." Liu Tianyi. Chapter 12:27. Lin Xiao eavesdropped on a conversation between Liu Tianyi and Xiao Tungting from outside the space and couldn't help but laugh. This kid was quite resourceful. He actually began to stab Liu Tianyi while chatting, although it was not painful or itchy. Although it didn't hurt, it could divert his attention. After she came out, she found a free time to peel the bird that the big cat had brought and soaked it in a large bucket. After a few hours, they would become food for the zombie army. Actually, the roe deer and goats in Lin Xiao's space for a year had all been purified. Not only were there no mutated viruses in their bodies, but there was also some energy from the lake in Lin Xiao's space. It should be known that the air in the good space was evaporated from the lake. The first batch of a dozen roe deer had become a large flock. The dozens of mutated goats also had a group of small milk lamb cakes following them. The insides of these little guys were clean and fit for human consumption. But they were goats and didn't have much fur. They couldn't collect a pile of wool like sheep, so they could only eat meat. When Lin Feng came back 2 days later, Lin Xiao handed over the affairs of the base to him. Then she took her people and set off towards Huaxia base. This time, she didn't look for Wu Chengyue. Instead, she took her people and set off. She wasn't in a hurry. From time to time, she would observe the underground creatures and hunt for energy nuclei. This time, the people she brought were half human and the other half zombies. Duan Wan and Xie Dong were still by her side. Xiao Lili and Lin Kuei didn't follow this time. Long Qingqing was also summoned by Lin Xiao and temporarily separated from Kong Qingming, who had just made some progress in their relationship. But Kong Qingming would probably follow Wu Chengyue this time, so they would meet again soon. Yuan Tianxing was in a coma, so Li Zheng's team was temporarily taken over by Lin Xiao. In addition to Xie Dong, LV Feng, He Jieyun, Su Fangfang, Xiao Si, and Gizergu also came with Lin Xiao's group of level 6 zombies. The old man said that there was no need to defend Yuming's base anymore. He was bored there. Why not go out with Lin Xiao? Anyway, old Mingua, who had recovered his memory, could act as he pleased. Fortunately, before he had any plans, he would always ask Lin Xiao for permission to show his respect to her as a leader. However, Lin Xiao felt that if she wasn't a zombie emperor, this old man wouldn't be so polite. Other than the 5 level 1 kings, there were also 10 level 5 leaders. They were all places that she hadn't seen before. The 3 pets naturally followed suit. Oh, now, there were 4. There was one more proud little tiger. Not long after they left the base, Mo Yin appeared with his beautiful follower. Mo Yin looked left and right at Lin Xiao's formation, then at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao knew what he meant and said straightforwardly, "Yes, a new batch. The previous batch wasn't even my personal team. I was just looking for an opportunity to train them. You want to go to Huaxia this time because you want that person to take action? It's not time yet, is it? Your current strength is still very low." Right now, Mo Yin had only just recovered to his level 6 king level 1 state, and he had only just recovered. The energy had not even stabilized yet. However, Mo Yin pointed at his own throat. Lin Xiao glanced at him. "Oh, I thought you wanted to be a mute." Mo Yin rolled his eyes at her. Lin Xiao nodded. "All right, since you want to recover your ability to speak, I will satisfy you. But you have to take a shower first." Lin Xiao was also very helpless about the fact that the lake could completely wash away all the clothes they were wearing. Every time she did something, she had to ask everyone to take off their clothes. Everyone looked at her like they were looking at a hooligan. Luckily, Imogen had stayed in her space for a long time, so he was already used to her taking off her clothes before entering the lake. So he didn't feel like there was anything wrong. However, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him, blocking his way. The female zombie stared at Lin Xiao with a vigilant face. She wasn't afraid, even under the pressure of Lin Xiao's zombie emperor, but her expression made Lin Xiao speechless. What? Is he your husband? Are you afraid that I will steal him? It's just taking a shower and taking off his clothes. Do you think I would be thirsty for him? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the people who were secretly watching couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Then, Mo Yin looked at Lin Xiao with an expression that said, "Who knows? I'm so handsome," and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Lin Xiao, why the hell did she help this bastard? You? Forget it. You look like a woman. I don't like you. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him with disdain. Mo Yan's facial features were indeed very delicate, but his chin was a bit sharp. He had the kind of face that couldn't differentiate between a man and a woman. Plus, he had an evil temperament, a very strong aura, and a very tall height. So no one would think that he was effeminate. If you just stared at his current face, you would find that the more you looked at him, the more handsome he was, and the more beautiful he was. Especially now that his face didn't have the wrinkles from before, he suddenly looked a lot more delicate. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Mo Yan's face darkened. The female zombie in white also glared at Lin Xiao angrily. Lin Xiao tilted her head and looked at Mo Yan, who was behind her, and asked, "Are you going to control your subordinates? Do you want me to help you? Hurry up, don't waste time." Hearing her say that, Mo Yan had to pretend that he didn't hear what Lin Xiao said. He raised his hand and patted the female zombie's shoulder. The female zombie then moved to the side unwillingly. "Even if you are guarding against me, he will still come to me himself. Tell me, what's the point of being wary of me?" Lin Xiao was speechless as he threw a sentence at the beautiful zombie and brought Mo Yan into the space. Originally, she only wanted to bring Mo Yan in, since it wasn't a big deal and wouldn't take too long. She didn't think that the female zombie would grab Mo Yan's hand and follow them in. Lin Xiao, so stubborn. After entering the space, Mo Yan went back to his room and took a shower. These days, he didn't have a good shower outside, so he didn't reject Lin Xiao's request. After taking a shower, he just walked down wearing a pair of bullet underwear, which caught Lu Qianni and Tung Tung, who were sitting on the stairs off guard. Lu Qianni subconsciously covered Tung Tung's eyes and couldn't help but say to Mo Yan, who was walking over, "I say, can you at least wear a pair of underwear?" However, Mo Yan just turned around and smiled at him, then continued to walk towards Lin Xiao. Tung Tung pulled down Lu Qianni's hand that was covering his eyes, then said in a low voice with disdain, "Humph, it's not as good looking as my papa. Why are you showing off?" At that moment, everyone's expression, imagine Lu Qianni, Mo Yan, Lin Xiao, female zombie. Chapter 1228. Lu Qianni silently covered Xiao Tung Tung's eyes and whispered, "Little devil, don't look around." Hearing Xiao Tung Tung's words, Lin Xiao brazenly sized up Mo Yan's body. Then she said, "It's okay. Let's go, let's go." As she spoke, she waved a black mist to cover herself, then took off her clothes and went into the water. She sighed in her heart. When would she be able to directly control the energy in the lake to the surface instead of going down to the bottom of the lake every time? She could control the energy in the air and the space, but she just couldn't draw out the energy in the lake. Even if she advanced to the level of a zombie emperor, she still couldn't do this. Mo Yan didn't care about the gazes of others staring at his naked body, and calmly walked towards the lake. Because Lin Xiao went down first to control the energy in the lake, Mo Yan didn't feel any sense of danger. Only the female zombie in the dress quietly stood by the lake and stared at it. Everyone outside the space was free to do whatever they wanted, waiting for Lin Xiao to come out. A few of Lin Xiao's pets were also running around in the nearby forest, chasing the surrounding mutated beasts. Woof! Oh, oh, oh! Wang, whose whole body was pitch black, was chasing a level 4 mutated cat. Meow! The mutated cat let out an ear-piercing cry and ran with all its might. Obviously, Wang didn't want to kill it so quickly and wanted to play with it first. But others didn't want to let it continue playing. When a mutated cat was running forward, suddenly a big black snake head rushed out with its mouth wide open and bit the mutated cat that weighed more than 100 kilograms. Meow! Oh! The mutated cat let out another pitiful cry, and then there was no sound. Woof! Wang saw the hay suddenly rush out to kill its prey, and was stunned for a moment. In the end, before it could react, the hay spat the mutated cat in its mouth in front of it, and then slipped away. Wang. The mushroom spirit passed by with the little tiger on its head, and saw that Wang wasn't interested in the already dead mutated cat, so it slowly came over. It stretched out a few tentacles towards the mutated cat that was poisoned to death by the hay. The little tiger seemed to know that the mushroom spirit was doing something bad, and quietly laid down, looking at the mushroom spirit's tentacles for a moment, and then looking at Wang's expression. It wondered if Guzi would let the mushroom spirit take the dead cat. Seeing that the mushroom spirit was getting closer, Wang finally turned his head impatiently and barked at it. Woof! If you want to take it, hurry up and take it. What are you dilly-dallying for? Hearing its cry, the mushroom spirit immediately jumped to the side of the dead cat. Its tentacles quickly wrapped around the dead cat's body. Then it turned around and ran away. Wang was speechless. Wang looked at the mushroom spirit running away and flicked its tail. Wang didn't Guzi. Wang. Wang wanted to take the mushroom spirit. Wang's hua and hua. It and its head and it. Hua fu and it. Wang I and I haze I and Wang I and I Wang sai and Zhao's and I and Wang air and Wang and. So it threw the dead cat on the ground, but it didn't eat it. The little tiger jumped down from its head and sniffed the cat's body. He smelled the smell of snake venom in it, so he turned his head in disgust and walked to the side to sit down. In fact, it wanted to eat the meat that its master had soaked in the lake water. It didn't want to eat the body that hadn't even been peeled off. Seeing that the little tiger wasn't interested, the mushroom spirit poked the cat's body with its tentacles. It turned the cat's body over and over again, and then pushed it towards the little tiger. Ow! The little tiger didn't appreciate it. It just sat there and licked its paws. Seeing that the little tiger didn't want it, the mushroom spirit hesitated for a while. Then, it dragged the dead cat back and stuck its tentacles into the corpse, which hadn't hardened yet, and began to suck the flesh and blood. Soon, the plump cat's body shriveled, and even the luster of its fur disappeared. It became like dry grass. The whole cat's body became a mummy. After eating for a while, the mushroom spirit retracted its tentacles and began to swing them left and right. It didn't care whether it was poisonous or not, since it could digest it anyway. The little tiger thought for a while. It hadn't eaten its master's meat recently. It kept eating meat that hadn't been soaked in water, and it wasn't tasty at all. Why didn't its master feed it? Was it because its master didn't catch any prey? Then it would catch it. After seeing that the mushroom spirit was full, it stood up, looked left and right, and then climbed up a tree at the side. Very good. Ordinary tigers didn't know how to climb trees. But mutated tigers were different. Their claws and bodies were more agile. It stood on the tree and sniffed around. After a while, it jumped down. Then, he quietly dashed in a direction. Although the mushroom spirit didn't know what it wanted to do, it still followed it silently. So, not long after, Xiedong and the others saw the little tiger and the mushroom spirit come back with a live rat in their mouths, and a few struggling mutated beasts under the mushroom umbrella. What are they doing? Duanwan looked curiously at the two of them dragging a bunch of prey back. Usually, they would come back after eating their fill. Why did they catch them alive today? I don't know. Are they going to give them to us? Xiedong thought for a while and said. Duanwan looked at him speechlessly. If they're going to give it to us, of course it's for the leader. For us? I think you're thinking too much. Xie Dong shrugged indifferently. Then it's for the leader. When Lin Xiao came out with Mo Yin, who had recovered his voice, she suddenly realized that everyone was looking at her. HM? What's wrong? Lin Xiao looked at them in confusion. Everyone pointed to the other side at the same time. Lin Xiao turned around. She saw 4 big pets sitting in a row, and in front of them was a pile of half-dead prey. Lin Xiao. What's going on? What are they doing? Everyone shrugged and shook their heads. Lin Xiao. She turned around and looked at the 4 pets in confusion. What was the meaning of this? Woof! At this moment, 2 dogs wagged their tails and barked at her. Lin Xiao walked over to them, confused. She stood in front of the dozen or so big and small prey and looked at them. They really caught a lot of them, and they were all alive. Forget about the level 4 and 5 ones. What was with this big rat in front of the little tiger that wasn't even level 2? Chapter 1229. Lin Xiao looked at the row of half-dead prey and found that the ones in front of Dahe had not been bitten by it. Those that had been strangled by it were all twisted, but they were still alive. The ones in front of Er Wong were either bitten off their legs or bitten off their legs or bitten off their legs. Ow, 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 ow. At this time, the little tiger suddenly roared at Lin Xiao and then patted the big rat in front of it with its paw. It deliberately found a second-level rat with a clean smell to catch because it couldn't catch a big one. It was still very weak now, so it could only catch a second-level rat. Lin Xiao walked up to it and looked down at it. What do you want to do? Ow! The little tiger threw the big, breathless rat at her feet. Lin Xiao looked at its actions and asked blankly, "Is it for me?" Ow! The little tiger raised its round face and continued to roar at her. Lin Xiao said helplessly, "I don't know how to listen to you. How would I know what you mean? But since you gave it to me, I'll take it." After saying that, she put the big rat away. Ow! As soon as she put it away, the little tiger immediately jumped up and roared at her. Then it ran around her feet and patted Lin Xiao's calf with its paw. Lin Xiao was speechless. What did it mean? Although she had saved this guy before, she didn't have much time to communicate with it. She didn't understand what it meant at all. Did it not want her to put it away? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao released the big rat again. As expected, it immediately quieted down. It sat next to the fluffy rat, patted it with its paw, and finally piled up on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was confused. She turned to the others and asked, "What does it mean? Does it want to give it to me or not?" Duan Wan said with a smile, "I don't know. We're not keepers. How would we know what it means? They didn't let us get close." Previously, when a person passed by, they all bared their teeth and growled at him. Lin Xiao looked at Xie Dong, who said helplessly, "If it's not for you, does it want you to feed it?" "Feed it? But wasn't it used to being wild recently? Why are you suddenly calling for me?" Lin Xiao was even more confused. At that moment, Mo Yin rubbed his chin and moved closer. His approach immediately alerted the little tiger and the other 3. However, because Mo Yin's zombie emperor aura was too strong, they didn't dare to roar at him. However, he took a defensive stance. Even acquaintances were not allowed to get close. Mo Yin looked at them and said, "Are you going to raise them in a zoo? Or do you want to open a ranch? There are tigers, snakes, sheep, and roe deer." His voice had the unique hoarseness of zombies, but it had a unique sense of carefreeness. It was very magnetic. It wasn't unpleasant to hear, but it wasn't very pleasant either. It was a very special sound that gave people a special subtle feeling when they heard it. Lin Xiao was teased by him. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's not bad to open a zoo. What? Do you have a problem with that?" Mo Yin immediately shook his head and smiled. "I wouldn't dare. But your little tiger's behavior is quite interesting. What does it want to do?" Lin Xiao said, "I also want to know. Why don't you help me guess?" Mo Yin said, "Why do I need to guess what a tiger is thinking? I'm not familiar with it. Why don't you let your little brother come out and take a look? You should be familiar with the little tiger, right?" Lin Xiao heard this, and her eyes lit up. "That's right. Let Lu Qianni come out and see what this little guy wants to do." After saying that, she immediately flashed in, and after a while, she came out with Lu Qianni and her son. Lin Xiao hugged Tung Tung and asked the two of them, "What do you think this little guy is doing? He pushed the mouse in front of me, but he won't let me put it in the dimensional space." "Then why did he push it to me?" Lu Qianni saw the little tiger and happily walked over to pick it up. "Wow, Hua Hua, you've grown up. You're so heavy." "Ow, ow, ow." The little tiger struggled a bit unwillingly as it was picked up. It then used its two paws to prop itself up on one of Lu Tianni's shoulders. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Tianni speechlessly. "When did you name it Hua Hua?" Lu Tianni smiled. "I called a long time ago." Lin Xiao looked at him as if he was an idiot. "I don't want to ask, but why did you name a male tiger Hua Hua?" "Ow, ow." As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Hua immediately began to struggle restlessly. It was also very strong. Lu Qianni couldn't hold it for a while and let it jump down. However, Hua Hua didn't care how feminine its name was. It only cared about the problem of food. Thus, it ran to the big mouse and patted it. Ow, this time it didn't bark at Lin Xiao, but at Lu Qianni. "It's hungry. It's hungry." At this moment, Lu Qianni and Tung Tung spoke at the same time. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Tianni in confusion, then at Tung Tung. Tung Tung looked at the little tiger and said to Lu Tianni, "Is it, Uncle?" Lu Tianni squatted down beside the little tiger and stroked its furry round head. He looked up at Tung Tung and asked, "Tung Tung, how did you know?" Tung Tung touched his chin with his little hand and said, "I can feel it." Lin Xiao asked curiously, "If it's hungry, then why did you give it to me?" Lu Qianni stood up and said to her, "It actually wants to eat the meat you soaked in the lake water. It's probably because the novelty of coming out to play a while ago has passed. Now it's starting to complain that the raw meat isn't as delicious as the raw meat you soaked in." The meat soaked in Lin Xiao's water was very delicious. Whether it was the zombies or the mutated beasts, they all liked it very much. And when they were in the space, they would occasionally go and eat the meat that Lin Xiao sometimes soaked in the bucket. Lin Xiao didn't notice this, but Lu Qianni did. When Lin Xiao heard this, she turned to look at the beasts and asked in surprise, "It can't be. Is that what he said?" "Woof!" Er Wang barked at her happily, because it could understand Lu Tianni's words. Dahe could also understand a little, but it had always been a quiet, handsome man. "Bao, it's a beautiful male snake." Lin Xiao saw Er Wang's reaction and said, "Seems like it's true. Since it's like this, I'll leave it to you. I'll put them into the space. You take care of the rest. I have to hurry." As she said this, she glanced at Lu Tianni, because other than herself and Lu Tianni, no one else was allowed to get close to these prey. "Go in and don't run around, I'm telling you." In the end, Lin Xiao warned them and put them all into the space. Lu Tianni went to serve them. Chapter 1230. Just as Lin Xiao put away the snake, dog, tiger, and a bunch of prey, she got into the car with Tung Tung and was about to leave. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed above their convoy. Then there was a loud bang, and a huge object fell. When everyone saw the huge object and the red shadow in the sky, they all complained in their hearts, "Oh, another one." Lin Xiao stuck her head out of the car window and looked at the huge, strange cat that suddenly appeared. Then he looked at the huge... upon closer inspection, it was a mutated black bull. Before Lin Xiao could react, the strange red cat in midair turned around and disappeared with a flick of its tail. Lin Xiao was speechless. She looked at where the huge cow was lying. If she didn't put it away, she wouldn't be able to pass. Yes, this one is really here to deliver something. Tung Tung climbed onto her lap and stuck his head out of the window. Then he retracted his head and stood in the middle of the back seat, looking at the huge cow through the front windshield. The one just now was for him to eat. This one was for his mama. Duan Wan, who was about to drive, put her hand on the steering wheel and looked back at Lin Xiao. This was the second time. What was this strange cat doing? It came and went without a trace. The people in the cars behind all stuck their heads out to look at the black cow blocking the road. "It's so big. How many tons do you think this cow is?" 3 tons? It's twice as big as that hairless cat. It's definitely more than 3 tons. This cow is bigger than an adult elephant. Lin Xiao got out of the car with Tungting in her arms. She was about to walk toward the cow that she didn't know was dead or alive, but she stopped after taking 2 steps. She turned her head and looked around. Then she looked helpless. Is there no end to it? What is this one doing here? Lin Xiao looked around and asked speechlessly. Tungting also looked around with his arms around her neck, but his senses were much clearer than Lin Xiao's. Yes. Have you seen this one before? It doesn't seem to want to come close. Hearing that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look down at him in surprise. How do you know it won't come close? Tungting was silent for 2 seconds and said, Intuition. Lin Xiao. She looked around again and found that the one hiding in the dark did not seem to want to come out. He had no choice but to turn around and walk towards the big black buffalo. Then he put the shiny and glossy mutant buffalo into the space. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was close to it. In the open space of the small building in the space, Lu Qianni was busy dealing with the prey brought back by Dahe and Erwang. The 4 of them were gathered on the front desk, the balcony, or the rooftop. 3 pairs of eyes and 1 eyeless mushroom head were staring at him. In the end, at this time, there was another sound of a creature landing on the other side of the open space. Lu Qianni, the 4 pets, and the zombies in the vegetable field all turned their heads at the same time. Oh, really? You want me to handle this one too? This is too big. It's much bigger than the ones you caught. Lu Qianni's face darkened when he saw the bull, but he soon turned his head to ridicule Dahe and the others. Woof! Erwang barked at him discontentedly from the balcony. It could still see Lu Qianni's disgusted expression. Dahe, whose head was lying on a rooftop, hung its head down, then slid to the ground and crawled towards the big black buffalo. Then it circled the big black buffalo twice and looked at it a few times. Then it slipped back and climbed to the rooftop again. Lu Qianni looked at the big rat in his hand that had just been skinned, then looked at the other prey piled up like a mountain, and then looked at the big buffalo that was just thrown in. He suddenly felt very tired. Ah, damn. He was just in a good mood and suddenly increased his workload. How could he be good? What made him even more speechless was that these few in front of him were not willing to let others touch their prey. He couldn't even find a helper if he wanted to. But now that the buffalo wasn't caught by them, they shouldn't mind, right? After thinking for a while, Lu Qianni called out to Pesticide, who was catching insects in the vegetable field. Pesticide, come over here. Pesticide looked up at him, but didn't immediately go over. Lu Qianni continued to wave at him. Come over? Do you want me to invite you over? Hearing him say this, Pesticide slowly stood up and walked over. Lu Qianni handed him a knife and pointed at the cow. Go over, kill the cow. Roar? Pesticide's expression instantly became confused. He didn't know how to. Moreover, that bull was so big. Would it suddenly move and kick him away? Lu Qianni said to him in a bad mood, It's about to die, why don't you just go over and stab it in the neck? How weak are you to be able to be kicked by it? Pesticide hesitantly accepted a short military knife. His heart trembled with fear as he approached the giant bull. Lin Xiao put the cow into the space and threw it to Lu Qianni, then turned around and returned to the car. Everyone then drove away and once again headed towards China. Mo Yin sat on the roof of the last car. Beside him was the female zombie in the white dress. He looked at the black shadow that flashed by from time to time in the forest behind them and asked the female zombie, I don't know what that female zombie has that attracts these mutant beasts, but they all want to follow her. Is it because of the smell on her body? The smell on Lin Xiao's body was indeed different from ordinary zombies. It had a faint, refreshing smell. He didn't know what effect the female zombie's smell had on the mutant beasts, but for zombies like them, it was just a little more fragrant. But there was also a kind of refreshing sweetness in it. The female zombie just looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. And Mo Yin knew that she also didn't understand why it was like this, but he still continued to talk to her. But these two have been following her for a long time. The cat knows to scent its prey, but the dog doesn't. Is it because the dog is stupid? The female zombie. How would she know if the dog was stupid or the cat was smarter? She's not a cat or a dog. At this time, Mo Yin suddenly said, In the future, if I encounter any danger, you should follow her. You should follow her. Perhaps it will be safer for you. Now, the zombies in the outside world were not only facing humans, but also those mutant beasts from the underground. Roar Dash, the female zombie growled at him and shook her head firmly. You were the one who told me not to leave you, and now you want to leave me. Mo Yin sighed. His handsome face was a little gloomy. He said, Don't worry, I won't go find him now. When I recover to my strongest state, I will go. But you can't go with me. The female zombie's eyes widened, and she looked down at the back of his head in confusion. Roar. Mo Yin looked back and smiled, looked at her eyes and said, I don't want you to be with me and not be able to become a zombie. His smile didn't have the usual evil feeling, and it wasn't a crooked smile. It was gentle with a little bit of pity. Chapter 1231. A kilometer behind Lin Xiao and the others, a black wind flashed by from time to time. A huge long-haired dog leaped lightly and chased after Lin Xiao and the others' car. Even further away, a huge red shadow flashed by from time to time on the mountain. Lin Xiao sat in the car with Tung in her arms. She could sense the presence of two beasts following them from afar. But because of their strange attitude, they had no intention of attacking, so Lin Xiao decided to wait and see. Therefore, Lin Xiao decided to wait and see. She didn't know what these two were planning to do with her. I want to go in and see Uncle. Tung crawled on the back seat for a while, looking at the desolate scenery outside with no interest. He's busy and has no time for you. Lin Xiao turned to look at him. In the space, Lu Tianyi and Zong were busy dividing the meat. Tung could only watch from the side. Although this child wouldn't disturb Lu Tianyi, it would distract him. Mommy, you're so cruel. You just told me to comfort him. You immediately gave him so much work. It feels like he's your personal farm owner. Aren't you afraid he'll be angry? Tung thought of the pile of prey just now. There were 12 to 13 of them in total. There was also the huge cow at the end. It would probably take a long time to break up the meat. He thought about his poor uncle who was forced to do manual labor again. Why didn't I give him something to do to distract him so he won't think too much? Lin Xiao sighed and smiled. Then she turned to look outside. It might have been better if she told him in the beginning. But at that time, he might have been disgusted with her for taking over his sister's body. Luckily, he didn't hate her when he suspected the truth. This made Lin Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Tung sat cross-legged on the chair and crossed his hands in front of his chest. He sighed and said, Uncle is so pitiful. He only had one sister, and she refused to acknowledge him. His sister refused to acknowledge him. It was fine if she didn't acknowledge him, but now she was dead. In the end, his sister became a fake sister. After that, he turned his head and glanced at Lin Xiao meaningfully. The fake sister, Lin Xiao, looked down at him helplessly. I can't do anything about it. It's not like I want to take over Lu Tianyi's body. I don't know what's going on, but it actually ran into someone else's body. I'm also very helpless. Besides, I'm not treating Lu Tianyi as a fake younger brother. I'm treating him better than Lin Hao. Little Tung thought about it and said, That's true. His mother had always been good to Lu Tianyi, although she was now using the identity of Lu Tianyi. But his mother didn't snatch it. She picked it up. Moreover, Lu Tianyi was already dead. What would he do? While Lin Xiao continued to head towards Huaxia, Wu Qinghua left Haicheng with Xiao Liqing, Kong Qingming, and the others. He even brought Wu Yueling with him. Daddy, when can we meet Ting and Mommy? Wu Yueling sat on the chair at the back, holding a big furry ball in her arms. She turned her head to look at Wu Qinghua expectantly and asked in a low voice. Wu Qinghua smiled at her and reached out to touch her head. They didn't go with us. Maybe we won't see them until tomorrow. Wu Yueling's small eyes, which had been shining with anticipation, immediately dimmed. She lowered her head in disappointment and moved her mouth. Oh! She stroked the fat gray rabbit in her arms from time to time. The fat gray rabbit had been raised for a year, so it grew very fast. It was already very big. Its body was covered in fur and soft fat. Hugging it in his arms was like a small heater, warm and cozy. Seeing her like this, Wu Chengyue pretended to be sad and said, Why, Lingling, don't you want to be with Daddy? Daddy will be sad. Wu Welling looked up and saw that he was still smiling. She rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head. No, Xiao Liqing, who was driving in front, asked Wu Welling jokingly. Lingling, didn't you just separate from Tungting and the others? Do you miss them so soon? Wu Welling looked at his side profile and said, Yeah, I just don't want to be separated from them. It's a pity that your daddy hasn't gotten your new mother yet, but it won't be long. Lingling, you have to be patient. Xiao Liqing smiled, thinking about how the two of them held hands and went to cultivate on the bed a few days ago. How could there be any progress? At this moment, the smell of wild beasts suddenly appeared in front of them, and it seemed to be a large group. Wu Chengyue and Xiao Liqing's expressions changed slightly, and they looked ahead with a slightly serious expression. Qingming, go ahead and take a look. Without waiting for Wu Chengyue to say anything, Xiao Liqing slowed down the car, then picked up the short-distance communication device and spoke to his mouth. Got it. Kong Qingming's voice came from the earbud on one of Xiao Liqing's ears. Then the car at the front began to speed up. The large group of beasts was still a distance away from them, so after driving for more than 10 minutes, Kong Qingming saw that the road in front of them was covered with a pile of unknown black things. But those beasts were not of the good kind. Kong Qingming got out of the car, jumped onto the roof, and looked in that direction. After looking carefully for a while, he saw that it was a pile of monsters with short limbs, crawling on the ground. Those things looked strange. Their heads were like flowers, and there was something in the middle that looked like a tongue that flickered. It looked so disgusting. Their bodies were flat, and they had no tails. But it was unknown whether it was the sides of their waists or the sides of their stomachs. But there were rows of spikes growing horizontally. Their forelegs were only half a meter tall, but their claws were very long and sharp. Each of them was at least a meter long and a meter wide. Each of them had their flower-like heads raised up high, and the long tongues in the center of the flower were pointed in the direction of Kong Qingming and the others. Kong Qingming and the others stopped at a distance of at least 300 to 400 meters away from them, but they quickly sensed it. They all raised their heads and paused for a moment, then suddenly rushed in their direction. Drive the car away first. Kong Qingming jumped out of the car, then waved his hand from both sides to the middle. The plants on both sides of the road grew crazily, extending towards the strange things that were crawling over and wrapping them up. Then they were lifted up one by one and tightly strangled. Their bodies were sealed, and all their bones were crushed. Fuck, what the hell is this? It's disgusting just looking at it. Zhang Xiaonian's face turned cold when he got out of the car and saw those things. Their bodies were fine, so be it if they were flat. But what was with that head? Why was it a flower? It was fine if it was just a flower, but there was a hole in the middle of the flower, and the edge of the hole was filled with teeth. There was also a long rope that was swinging out of the hole, dancing around. It made one feel uncomfortable just looking at it. Chapter 1232. Kong Qingming asked someone to drive the car back and report the situation. If they wanted to pass through, they had to get rid of this group of monsters. However, the number of monsters that covered the long road was not small. Moreover, they weren't weak. Kong Qingming controlled the surrounding grass, vines, and branches to bind them, but it was not easy to kill them. The smaller ones were still able to crush their bones, but the bigger ones were able to quickly break free. The monsters that were strangled by Kong Qingming's plants began to squeak and scream. It was very harsh and uncomfortable to listen to. Except for Kong Qingming, the others didn't use their abilities. Instead, they jumped to a higher place, found a place with a better view, and each took out a strange gun. Each of them only had one of these guns, and the bullets were specially made. This was because the bullets contained the liquid of cat peppermint grass. This is a newly developed gun. Although it's not perfect, it should be of some use, right? But at least it should be of some use, right? Lu Jing raised his gun and aimed at the middle of the monster's face from afar and shot. Pooh! Lu Jing's marksmanship was very accurate. Even if the distance was more than 200 meters, he could still hit the target. Gee, when his bullet hit the middle of the flower head, the monster immediately let out an ear-piercing scream. Then its body stiffened and it fell down. However, it didn't die just like that. It wasn't until the liquid in the bullet was injected into its body that it suddenly exploded. Bang! The monster's body immediately exploded into pieces. Hey, the effect is not bad. Lu Jing cheered excitedly. He heard that when doing experiments, even if a grenade was thrown into the mouth of these things, it would become a dud. According to observation, this was the self-protection of the energy in their body. When a bomb was thrown into their mouth, they could sense danger, and their body would automatically make a conditioned reflex, using the energy in their body to extinguish the bomb before it exploded. Needless to say, when the bullet was shot into their mouth, they would spit it out. However, the newly developed guns in Haicheng would inject the liquid into the body of these monsters the moment the bullet hit the target. This would cause their body to enter a state of paralysis. Then, after the liquid in the bullet was completely injected, the small bomb in the bullet would explode. In fact, these guns were semi-finished products that had just been hastily researched. They were meant to be used by the people who were going out this time. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. After the flower head monster's body exploded, the surrounding monsters suddenly scattered away from the spot, as if they were avoiding its flesh and blood. Although Kong Qingming could control a large number of vines, he could not kill many monsters. It also consumed a lot of his own energy. After thinking about it, he simply used his ability to tie those things up and then took out the same gun as Lu Jing and the others and began to shoot at the monsters that were wrapped up by him. Every shot and every bullet landed in the mouths of those monsters. Bang, 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 squeak. The monsters that were hit by him and the others exploded. Although the other monsters avoided the corpses of their dead companions, they still kept rushing toward Kong Qingming and the others. Huang Shou drove back and reported into his communicator as he drove. Reporting, there's a group of unknown monsters blocking the road 5 kilometers ahead. There are at least 1,000 of them squeezed together. I won't be able to pass for a while. Xiao Liqing parked the car aside and asked, "What kind of monsters are they?" "Ugh, their heads are like flowers and their bodies are flat. Their limbs are very short and they have no tail. Their bodies are about 2 meters wide and more than 8 to 3 meters long. They don't look like land monsters." Huang Shou replied. These groups of creatures had flower heads, and they didn't look like they belonged to the continent at first glance. Moreover, their bodies were so big. They should be the monsters that the bosses often talked about recently. After Xiao Liqing ended the conversation with Huang Shou, he turned back and reported the situation to Wu Changyue. There is a group of underground creatures blocking the road 5 kilometers ahead. It will take some time to clear them. Do we need to take a detour? It meant that there were a lot of those things. If they wanted to go over, they had to eliminate them all. It would be more troublesome because the defense of those things was very tricky. Wu Qingwei asked him, "How long will it take to go around here?" Xiao Liqing looked at the map and said, "If the road is clear, it will take an hour. If there are obstacles, it will take about 2 hours. In the apocalypse, there would be abandoned zombie cars blocking the roads of all sizes. Therefore, other than the roads that the people in the base used and the roads that had been cleared, the roads in other places were mostly blocked by obstacles." Wu Qingwei looked at Wu Yueling and said, "Call Qingming and the others back." It meant that they were going to take a detour. Xiao Liqing nodded and then said to Huang Shou, "Call your boss back. We'll take a detour." "Yes." Huang Shou responded and turned the car around. Xiao Liqing said curiously, "They should be using the guns that they brought out this time. I don't know how effective they are." Wu Chengyue smiled calmly and said, "We will know when we come back later." Xiao Liqing said, "It's a few kilometers away. I don't know how fast these underground monsters are. If we take a detour, they still follow us. It won't be fun." Wu Chengyue said, "If that's the case, then I will make a move to wipe them out." Xiao Liqing looked back at him speechlessly and said, "Then what's the point of taking a detour? Why don't you just go and wipe them all out?" Wu Chengyue glanced at him with a smile and said, "I don't want to take Lingling to see those things. From her description just now, I think they are very ugly. What if we scare Lingling? If he didn't take care of Lingling himself, how could he be at ease? Other than himself, the highest level among the people here was Xiao Liqing and Kong Qingming, who were at level 6. It wasn't safe for them to take care of her. When Wu Yueling heard him mention her name, she turned her head and looked at her papa. She thought about the monster that they were talking about just now. Although she didn't understand it very well, her instincts made her very afraid. But she didn't show it to Wu Changyue. She just continued to hold the rabbit and stroke its fur. After a while, Kong Qingming and the others came back. "How is the effect of a new gun?" Xiao Liqing asked Kong Qingming through the communicator while reversing the car and preparing to take a detour. "Not bad. It didn't take more than 3 seconds to shoot until it exploded. It's just that the range is a little short. It's useless to hit it from 300 meters away." Kong Qingming's voice was heard. "Are you sure this is the kind of thing that came out of the ground?" Xiao Liqing asked again. "Yes, because even if we wipe them out, we won't be able to pass. The road ahead is broken and there are cracks. The car can't pass, so we can only take a detour," Kong Qingming said. "It seems that we can only take a detour." Xiao Liqing sighed. Chapter 1233. 300 meters is already the biggest improvement. Beyond 300 meters, the impact force isn't enough. There's no way to inject the liquid from the bullet. Xiao Liqing could only reply after hearing Kong Qingming's complaint. Then he continued, "And do you know how troublesome it is to make this new type of bullet? What right do you have to complain?" Kong Qingming said helplessly, "Okay, 300 meters it is. Although it's not far, it's not close either." After their car retreated, the monsters were following the smell from afar. However, their speed wasn't fast, and these monsters didn't have eyes. They had been using the tongue that stuck out of their mouth to sense the breath in the air. Fortunately, the car's speed was faster than their speed, and soon Wu Qingyue and the others left the monster's sensing range. They had no choice but to stop. They continued to probe with their tongues that were like ropes. On the other side of Qingshan Base, Lan Lu looked at the report in his hand and frowned. On the other side of the table, Chang Qingqing and Hu Daba also looked very serious. "Do you think Sikong Chun is really willing to share his research information with us? He's not that kind of person." Chang Qingqing put down the information in her hand, sighed, and looked up at Lan Lu worriedly. "Even if we don't look at his, we can look at other people's. I don't know what Sikong Chun is planning, but it's definitely not a good thing." Lan Lu answered her expressionlessly. "I don't know if Wu Chengyue and Lu Tianyu have moved. Since they're going, it seems that they have their own plans." Chang Qingqing said. After all, if they could think of it, it was impossible for those two not to have thought of it. "I hope after you come up with a solution, these things won't move," Chang Qingqing said worriedly. Now, they had discovered other creatures that had emerged from the ground. Apart from the disgusting multi-eyed monster that the female zombie leader had mentioned before she left, they had also discovered other strange creatures in other places. Because of the large number of these monsters, the originally deserted land in the Western Territory had worsened. There were fewer and fewer plants, and the area of desertification and drought was increasing. The air quality had deteriorated in a large area, and many places couldn't go without wearing masks. "I wonder when the leader will wake up." Sigh. Thinking about Dong Xiaowei, who was still unconscious, Chang Qingqing felt even more worried. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. I heard that the Universal Base and Sea City are both researching a drug that can suppress this kind of madness. If it really doesn't work, let's look for them." Lan Lu said, "We don't have much food left, but the situation of the land hasn't changed much. What will we do then? Do you still want to exchange food with China?" Chang Qingqing suddenly remembered that there was less than half a year's worth of food in her base. Right now, only the Huaxia base had food. It was said that they did have soilless cultivation technology, so they might not lack food like the other bases. However, Chang Qingqing knew that it wasn't easy to do business in China. Not only would they demand an exorbitant price, but they would also make some unreasonable demands. This last point was the most troubling. If he was not careful, he would be trapped by them. Why must we trade with them? We can also trade with Sea City. Lan Lu didn't care much about this issue. Chang Qingqing looked at him and asked doubtfully, "High City? Is it too far?" "This isn't the main problem. The problem is, do they have new food? From the intelligence, High City doesn't have soilless cultivation technology. Even if they do, it's not as developed as Huaxia. High City's population isn't small. Even if they can cultivate their own food, it might not be enough for them, right? Will they trade with us? Although Green Mountain Base didn't have many people, if High City was also lacking food, they definitely wouldn't want to trade with them. Moreover, it was too far from Green Mountain Base to High City. The road was so dangerous. The further it was, the more dangerous it would be for their lives. Don't worry. Is Wu Changyue the kind of person who would cut off his own path of retreat? If he didn't have some trump cards, why would he split with Huaxia? I think he isn't worried about food. I'll go and ask him when the time comes. Lan Lu only smiled, but his thoughts were clearer than Chang Qingqing's. Then he continued, in order for everyone not to starve to death, it's better to run further than to be plotted against by Sikong Chun. Roar, who Daba, who had been sitting silently, suddenly spoke, agreeing with Lan Lu's idea. Then why don't we change to another base? If we run around like this, we might as well change to a location closer to High City and Huaxia. After all, the environment here in the West won't last for more than a few years. It will only get more and more difficult in the future. Chang Qingqing thought for a while before suggesting. Lan Lu was taken aback. He turned to look at Udaba. Daba, what do you think? In fact, Lan Lu had long wanted to change locations. After all, this wasn't an environment that humans could live in for a long time. It was just that he didn't have time to mention it before a bunch of things came up. After hearing Chang Qingqing's words, Hudaba also fell into deep thought. Hearing Lan Lu ask him, he looked up at the two of them. Roar, I don't have any objections. Since we're moving, let's move earlier. Lan Lu smiled. Okay, since you've agreed. Then I'll go look around this time and make a decision when I find a suitable location. Both of them nodded without any objections to his words. Then I have to get ready to set off. This time, let Xiao Yezi go with me. Lei Cheng will stay here. Seeing that the two of them nodded, Lan Lu immediately clapped and smiled. On the other side, in addition to Wu Qingyue, Lin Xiao and the others also encountered a group of strange things after a few hours of walking. Before they arrived, Lin Xiao and Xiao Tungtung had already sensed it. Mama, guess what kind of monster it will be this time? Will it be a bug? Xiao Tungtung's eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. It was a novelty to see the monsters that had been appearing recently. Anyway, it won't be good looking. After seeing it in the past, it was as ugly as it could be. This time, other than being ugly, there was nothing else he could do. Lin Xiao silently thought in her heart. Moreover, she hadn't encountered this kind of aura when she came back before. It seemed to be a new type. Why are there all kinds of things? Can't they all be of the same type? That way, it wouldn't be so troublesome to study. Chapter 1234. Just as Lin Xiao and Tung Tung were guessing the number of things in front of them, a red shadow flashed past them like a meteor. Hey, that guy ran to the front. Tung Tung exclaimed in surprise. He stretched his head to the window and looked outside with his round eyes. It was as if he could really see what was going on. Lin Xiao was also confused. It was quietly following behind us. Why is it running to the front now? Duan Wan, who was driving, couldn't help but say, why is this strange cat different from the other monsters? They come out in groups. Once they come out, they destroy the environment and attack other creatures. Why is there only one of it? Could it be that this is a rare species? Hearing her words, Lin Xiao felt that it was possible. A rare breed? It's really different from the others. Also, its personality is very strange. It seems that it only affected the environment when it just came out of the ground. Now, its movements have no effect on the plants, especially when it ate fruits. It didn't eat meat? Well, why did it always send meat to her? Could it be because it saw that she had caught many mutated beasts and knew what she needed? It couldn't be so smart, right? But why does it want to follow you? From the last time at the base's wall, she had already confirmed that this strange cat's target was Lin Xiao, because it would only react when she appeared. How would I know? Lin Xiao replied curiously. Then, he looked down at his son. Baby, do you know? Little Tungting rolled his eyes at her angrily. I follow you. The reason is because of you. We don't even know. How can I know? It's fine if it follows you. But why is the Tibetan Mastiff following you? Duan Wan asked in confusion. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Who knows if the Tibetan Mastiff is following me? It didn't do anything to me. Maybe it's following you. At this moment, they could vaguely hear the roars of wild beasts. Roar, roar, Lin Xiao, Tung Tung, and Duan Wan immediately turned to look. Tung Tung blinked his eyes and looked forward. Can you see that far with those big eyes? Lin Xiao saw his little expression and reached out to pinch his little face. The child had already grown up for more than a month. His face was round, and his eyes were full of spirit. Her small nose and mouth were exquisite, and her face was rosy. His body temperature was half that of a normal baby, and his heart rate was very slow. But it did not affect his vitality and healthy appearance at all. He had short legs and chubby arms, but the skin on his knees was a little rough, probably because he had been climbing too much recently. Little Tung Ting's face hurt from her pinching. He raised his little hand and slapped her hand away. Then he ignored her and stared out the windshield. As she looked at him, she said, I can rely on my intuition. My intuition is very powerful. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. That big red cat will definitely help us settle the front. Lin Xiao looked at him strangely. How do you know that it will help us clear the front? Even if it runs to the front, it might not be able to chase away all of them, right? This big cat was only level 7. Although the aura in front was faintly discernible, there were a lot of them, and its strength was not low. Logically, those things would not be afraid of it. It was just a level 7 mutated beast. After all, from the aura coming from ahead, there was also a level 7 aura. Little Tung Tung raised his chin and said proudly, I just said intuition. I won't be wrong. Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly. You have this ability? Isn't it the same ability as your Aunt Wenwen? Little Tung Tung shook his head. No, my ability hasn't awakened yet, Mama. Even if it awakens, it will be a natural type, not a special type like Aunt. My intuition is a kind of vague feeling, and I can only feel it when I'm close. Lin Xiao smiled at him, and then looked at his proud little expression. Her heart softened. She couldn't help but hug him and put her mouth close to his, kissing his chubby little face. Okay, then I will wait for a while. It's time to verify it. Let's see if what you said is true. Little Tung Tung immediately wiped his face with his little hands. Hey, why do you leave saliva on my face every time you kiss me? Lin Xiao looked down at him innocently. No, there's no saliva. It's just a psychological effect. How can you be so obsessed with cleanliness at such a young age? Ha ha ha, little Tung Tung was a little angry and made a face at her. No, Duan Wan looked back at the mother and son and said, although Wenwen's second ability is very special, Little Tung is not ordinary either. Our Little Tung is also a very special little baby. That's right, Aunt Duan is very understanding. Mama, you actually don't believe me. Little Tung Tung then climbed to the empty seat next to him and sat down. At this time, their car was getting closer and closer to the aura, and when it was far away from the danger zone, Lin Xiao asked everyone to get out and put the car into the space. Then she carried Little Tung Tung to find a higher hill nearby and jumped up. The others followed behind her. Soon, they found a few trees on the hill and jumped up, looking at the situation in front of them. Roar, roar. They saw a huge red cat pouncing on a group of creatures that looked like rats, but every time it killed one, it would spit the corpse in its mouth to the side. Little Tung Tung was right. Were these rats? They don't look like it. They're also hairless. Are they rats? Duan Wan stood on another branch of the same tree as Lin Xiao and said in surprise. At this time, the group of rats was hairless and brown in color. They had a pair of big round ears, a sharp mouth, and a pointed nose. They were about the size of an adult pig and looked like a type of rat. Other than the sharp mouth and big round ears, these strange rats had no hair on their bodies. Their two front claws were a little big and were very developed. Their hind claws were relatively small and their tails were very short. There weren't many of them, less than 1/10,000th of the group that Lin Xiao saw at the zoo. There were probably only a few thousand of them here. However, under the interference of the huge cat, They looked very frightened and fled in all directions. Only a huge level 7 rat that was slightly smaller than the huge cat surrounded the huge cat and tried to attack it from time to time. However, it was noticed by the huge cat every time, and it would turn around and use its claws to scratch the rat. At this time, the huge rat's body was full of wounds. Roar! When a huge cat turned around and wanted to pounce on it, the huge rat would instantly burrow into the ground. The huge cat seemed to be a little unwilling to go underground, so it turned around and chased after other strange rats. Lin Xiao looked at little Tung Tung and was a little speechless. So this is a cat chasing a rat? All right, you win. She felt her face was a little painful. Chapter 1235. Lin Xiao didn't expect the new underground creatures to be a group of rats. As expected, even the underground food chain was the same. The level 7 mouse was completely defenseless against the claws of the huge cat that was twice its size. It could only crawl into the ground with its tail between its legs. It had a strong aura, but it met its nemesis. With the appearance of the huge cat, the rats scattered in all directions. It seemed like Lin Xiao and the others didn't need to do anything. They could easily pass through. Maybe it was because the huge cat was playing with the huge rat's claws, but it was enraged. After burrowing into the ground for a while, it suddenly came out from in front of the red cat's face. It jumped up and pounced towards the red cat's face with its claws. Roar! Slap! The red cat merely bared its teeth in disdain and squinted its huge red eyes. It squinted its huge red eyes and easily swatted the rat down. Roar! The weird rat let out a strange roar as it was slapped to the ground and quickly rolled around. After rolling on the ground, the strange rat immediately adjusted its posture. It faced the red cat and prostrated itself on the ground, fiercely baring its sharp teeth at it. It didn't have two protruding teeth like normal rats. Instead, it had a mouth full of sharp teeth. Roar, roar, roar. However, the red cat didn't care about it and swung its tail. When a strange rat saw it swinging its tail over, it immediately dodged. The surrounding rats either ran away or burrowed into the ground. They made a few holes on the road surface, but the cars could still pass. Lin Xiao and the zombies watched the cat play with the rats for a while. Then, the rats were chased away. The red cat killed many of them, but couldn't catch the level 7 rat. Although the rat couldn't beat it, it was still very good at escaping. Roar! Finally, the red cat saw that the area had been cleared. It dug out the heads of a few high-level rats. After digging out a few energy cores, it ate them and jumped into the air before disappearing, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Look, there shouldn't be any problems if we directly go over. Little Tung Tung hugged Lin Xiao's neck and said. Lin Xiao stood on a tree branch and leaned against the tree trunk while hugging him. He nodded and said, Indeed, there's nothing for us to do. Let's go. With that said, she jumped down and quickly appeared on the road. He casually took out the car. At the same time, she collected a few gophers' bodies and threw them into the woods in the space. They could be used for experiments. After they got in the car, they continued to drive towards Huaxia. However, little Tung Tung's intuition was surprisingly accurate. He wondered if it was always so accurate. Since your intuition is so accurate, can you sense Annie Wenwen's condition? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask him. Tung Tung sat on the sofa and said, I've told you many times about Annie Wenwen. She will come back. I'm not nervous at all. It's just that I can't tell Uncle Yuan's condition. At the mention of Yuan Tianxing, little Tung revealed a somewhat distressed expression. Lin Xiao looked at him and asked nervously, what about him? If he could find uninfected catnip grass, it might help his condition. But where could he find it now? Don't you feel anything? Not even a sense of foreboding? Little Tung Tung's face was lowered in thought. When he heard Lin Xiao's question, he lifted his head to look at her. No, I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, and I don't feel good. But there's a subtle connection, and it's with Annie Wenwen. Maybe we'll find out when she comes back. Lin Xiao looked pensive. Is that so? Looks like Wenwen's the key. Little Tung continued to look at her. Don't worry. Annie Wenwen will level up and come back. Once she's back, she might know how to save Uncle Yuan. Her second discipline is very strong. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. That's true. Her clairvoyance is at level 2. Does that mean it's more accurate? Or maybe it'll be easier to trigger it. As the car drew closer to Huaxia's base, Skyfire's forces were making their way there. On the road, however, it wasn't as convenient as Lin Xiao's group. As they passed through the city, they were surrounded by zombies. Once they were out in the suburbs, they were attacked by mutant beasts and plants. Worse, they ran into hordes of underground creatures and bugs. Half of them were dead before they even reached Huaxia's base. There was also a small group that was ostracized and had no choice but to go to Haicheng. If they tried to go to China, they'd be at the mercy of Skyfire's people. Perhaps they would be killed before they could even reach Huaxia. Their only choice was to go to Haicheng. Along the way, they suffered heavy losses. Why are there so many of these monsters? Did they come out of the ground again? Why do they keep coming out of the ground? If this goes on, even China won't be able to hold out. Do you think we'll be able to avoid them in Haicheng? But where else can we go if not to Hai City? If we go to China and those bastards find us, we'll be killed. These monsters come in hordes. Even the base won't be able to stop them. Even if we go to Haicheng, we won't be able to avoid them. If they break through the walls, do you think humanity has any hope of surviving? I don't know, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. At least we'll have food in Haicheng. With Wu Chengyue here, we'll be able to live another day. He's an 8th level talent. He'll be able to deal with these things. That's right. With an 8th level adept around, it won't be easy for those things to attack the base. In these people's hearts, at least Wu Chengyue, who is a level 8 expert, was their hope. Other than China, their only option was Haicheng. Back in China, Xikong Chun slowly received reports of the representatives from the other bases. He stared at Wu Chengyue for a while. Then he turned to Xia Longyun, who was standing by the window. Are you sure you can handle him? If you fail, you know the consequences. Xia Longyun was dressed in a tight military uniform, with a mink fur cape draped over her shoulders. Her legs were bare, unafraid of the cold. On her feet were long boots that reached her knees. She leaned against the window, lazily turning her head to look at Xikong Chun. Don't worry, he won't fail. Doesn't Wu Qingwei care about that woman? If he did, he'd take the bait. As long as you don't screw up on your side, it'll be fine. Can you really restrain that woman? She has a dimensional space, and it's an active one. Xikong Chun confidently said, Don't worry, I've checked. Her dimensional space isn't mobile. She'll have to come out from wherever she enters. I'll make sure she can't come out after entering her dimensional space. Xia Longyun shrugged. It'd be best if your plan succeeds. Otherwise, it won't be my responsibility if it affects my side. Chapter 1236. Wu Qingyue isn't that easy to fool. Do as you see fit. Xia Longyun's words made Xikong Chun frown. After warning her, he didn't say anything else. Xia Longyun curled her sexy red lips and smiled faintly. No matter how smart a man is, he will panic in front of the woman he loves. Unless he's not sincere. Xikong Chun looked at her doubtfully. How do you know he's sincere? What if that woman isn't that important in his heart? Xia Longyun raised her eyebrows and smiled confidently. From what I know of him, if he's not sincere, he wouldn't spend an entire year on her. Trust me. Xikong Chun looked at her silently and didn't say anything. At this time, Xia Longyun asked him again, Then how are you going to restrain that woman? I don't think she's a simple person. Not long ago, we were going to rob her prey. She's definitely on guard against you. Xikong Chun said expressionlessly, So what? When she's in our territory, I have plenty of ways to deal with her. Didn't we recently receive a drug that can restrict and strengthen superpowers? Even I tried it. I don't believe she can avoid it. Xia Longyun slightly frowned and said, I know you have this drug, but how are you going to use it on her? Don't tell me it's mixed with her food or water. It's too hard to get close to her without being suspicious. Who said I'm going to let her eat it? She doesn't need to eat it. She just needs to smell it. Xikong Chun suddenly sneered and looked down at the document in his hand. His expression faintly flashed with a hint of gloominess. When Xia Longyun heard this, her expression immediately froze. She looked at him with slight surprise. You can even smell it? Is your drug that powerful? That's why I said I tried it. Sikong-chan expressionlessly raised his head and glanced at her. Xiaolongyan raised her eyebrows again and looked at him. You tried it too? Is the effect very obvious? You're a level 8 superpower user. How can you be defeated by this kind of drug? Sikong-chan tilted his head and said with a tone of excitement, as if he had obtained a treasure, I spent a lot of money to exchange for this medicine. It's not something that can be casually exchanged with them. Also, I've already asked someone to study its composition. Unfortunately, our country lacks a few of the special ingredients needed. If we want to continue obtaining this kind of medicine, we have to continue to cooperate with them. Xiaolongyan, oh, it looks like you paid a huge price to get this potion, right? But since they can develop drugs of this level, it seems that their development is much faster than ours. But since you've got the drug, why didn't you just kill that woman? Sikong-chun continued to look down at the document. If I can, I will. However, this drug can only be used at special times. The effect of the potion was not very strong, and it only lasted for 5 seconds when facing a level 8 arcanist. Moreover, this could only restrict her abilities for a short period of time, but not restrict her movements. If nothing unexpected happened, she would not be able to escape death. But I can't guarantee that she doesn't have any other means to save her life. But at least this has restricted her, and it should be enough for you to continue with your plan. Xiaolongya nodded. Suddenly, she said, since you have such a good thing in your hands, why don't you give me some so I can use it on Wu Changyue? Wouldn't that be easier? Sikong-chun sighed and leaned back in his chair. He looked at her and said, if I had more, I would definitely give it to you. The problem is that I only got 2. They wouldn't give me more. I've already given 1 to the Research Institute, so there's only 1 left. There's very little, so I can't give it to you. Xiaolongyan curled her lips in dissatisfaction and complained, why didn't you think of a way to get more? Sikong-chan said, I wanted to, but they didn't produce a lot. That's why they aren't willing to give me more. Okay then, we'll act according to plan. I'll go back first. Xiaolongyan said one last sentence, turned around, and left. The next day, Lin Xiao was dozens of kilometers away from China, but he still hadn't reached the base in China. He sensed the aura of Wu Changyue and others coming from afar. Papa is coming. Little Tung also sensed Wu Qingyue's aura from afar, and then he was a little excited, wearing thick clothes, and looked out of the window like a little bear. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, pinched his face, and said, why are you so excited? It hasn't been many days since we parted, right? Because Papa is here, I don't have to eat bad porridge anymore. I want to eat the porridge cooked by Papa. Little Tung glanced at Lin Xiao with some contempt, and he clearly despised her cooking skills, which couldn't kill people. But the taste could kill people. In fact, he had already been used to Wu Qingyue's cooking skills, and his appetite had been raised. I think your appetite has been raised. How can the porridge I cook be so bad? Lin Xiao looked at him and said, unwilling to be outdone. You make porridge with the same taste every day, and I will be tired of it. Okay? Little Tung curled his lips, and he was very disgusted. Indeed, Lin Xiao's cooking skills were not as bad as he said, but from morning to night, he made the same kind of porridge every day, and the taste was the same. Lin Xiao was used to eating the delicious baby porridge that Wu Changyue cooked for him, and it was his limit to endure it for so many days. Okay? It was simply torture. Lin Xiao was speechless. He already had a bad appetite at such a young age. How could she feed him in the future? Then you have to get used to my cooking skills, because you can't be with that guy every day. Otherwise, when you are with me in the future, what will you do? After thinking about it, she felt that she had to change the child's appetite a little. Hearing her words, little Tung found that it seemed to be true. He could only stare at her in silence. But in the end, he still wanted to be a little better for his stomach. So he said, Then can you make a few more kinds of porridge for me to eat? It's very boring to eat the same kind every day. Okay? Lin Xiao smiled. I will try my best. Just wait. For some reason, when little Tung saw her smile, he suddenly had a bad premonition. When Lin Xiao and the others returned to the base from China, little Tung finally understood what it meant to have terrible cooking skills. After being forced to spend a lot of time to train from a kitchen killer to someone who could barely cook normally, how could he make delicious new dishes in a short period of time? And little Tung, who was forced to taste dishes every day, regretted it. But he had no medicine to eat because his stomach was very strong. He was not afraid of anything, but his tongue was a little cruel. Chapter 1237. Wu Qingyue and the others saw Lin Xiao park the car on the side of the road. She was sitting on the roof of the car with Tung Ting in her arms, while the others and zombies were also sitting quietly on the roofs on both sides of Lin Xiao's car. You even brought Lingling here. What were you thinking? Seeing Lingling running toward them, Lin Xiao put Tung on the roof of the car and jumped down. She bent down to pick up Wu Yueling, who was rushing over, and then turned around to put her and Tung together. I didn't expect you to be here. I could put the children in the space. Wu Qingyue walked over to Lin Xiao with a smile and said to her. Lin Xiao turned around and picked up the two little ones from the roof, one on the left and one on the right. Then the three of them flashed and disappeared. After a night's work, Lu Tianyi finally divided the meat. When he finally finished soaking the decomposed meat and internal organs, the others couldn't wait to eat the meat of the first one. But the first one was the baby tiger's big mouse. Although it was big, it was only enough for itself. The other three had a big appetite, but it was not enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Fortunately, except for Wang, who wanted to secretly eat a piece, the other two didn't want to snatch the baby tiger's food. Instead, they waited patiently for their own share. Ow, ow, ow. Seeing that Wang had stretched its neck to the side of its soaked meat, the baby tiger immediately rushed over and roared at it. If it dared to put its mouth into its bucket, it would give a slap. Wang smelled the fragrance of the meat in the bucket and looked at the fierce expression on Wang's small face. It couldn't help but lick its mouth. After licking the saliva off, it reluctantly turned around to smell the meat that Dahe had caught. As a result, Dahe slapped its dog face with its tail, warning it not to stare at other people's food and drool. However, Wang was not afraid of being beaten. If this one didn't work, it would go to the other one. Then it would smell its own meat and smell other people's meat when they weren't paying attention. Every time, the baby tiger would growl at it with its eyes wide open. Seeing that Lin Xiao put Wu Yueling and Tung Ting into the space, Lu Tianyi knew that Wu Qingyue had arrived. It seems that we are arriving at the Huaxia base soon. Lu Tianyi didn't feel tired after finishing his work. Instead, he felt relieved. Then he sat on the sofa in the living room with the two little ones and watched them chase the big fat rabbit. The big rabbit hadn't been back to the space for a long time. Feeling that it was back, it was jumping around in the living room excitedly. Seeing it running, Wu Yueling wanted to catch it. Although this fat rabbit was very fat now, it was still very agile when it ran. Soon, Xiao Si, Old Mengua, and the other zombies were all brought in by Lin Xiao. Wang, little one, Lin Xiao said. Yueling, of the Xiao, smiled and said while he was Xiao. And Yi immediately smiled, bent over and stroked his mustache as he spoke. Other than Xiao Si and Gizergua, who dared to casually enter Lin Xiao's private building, LV Feng and the rest of the zombies didn't dare to enter, so they stood outside, sat down, or wandered around in the vegetable field. Lu Tianyi wasn't familiar with the old man, but seeing that he was familiar with him, he smiled politely. He smiled politely and said, "It's my honor to be able to help her." Mo Yin and the female zombie didn't enter Lin Xiao's space. They didn't plan to go with Lin Xiao. That was why he disappeared on the way. Lin Xiao put away the two cars and drove towards Huaxia with Wu Qingyue and the others. According to Xie Dong's information, the Blue Land was about to arrive. The leaders of the Meng clan and the Black Dragon base had already arrived. When they arrived at the gate of the Huaxia base, the gate was already open to welcome them. Wei Haichao was the one to welcome them. This was supposed to be Ho Guozhong's job, but he was still unconscious after being attacked by the Blue Land. So Wei Haichao could only take over his job and come out to welcome them. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Leader Lu and Leader Wu seemed to have had a smooth journey. Wei Haichao stood in the middle of the road. When he saw Lin Xiao's car stop, He smiled and greeted them as if they were old friends. He was telling the truth to Lin Xiao, since they had met not long ago in the northwest area. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Yeah, I don't know if Deputy Leader Ho's condition has improved. Leader Lan was quite merciless. I'm really worried that Deputy Leader Ho won't be able to wake up. Although she was joking, she was secretly mocking them for overestimating themselves and trying to get what they shouldn't have. This was the result. Ho Guozhong had always been Si Kong Chen's right-hand man. As the deputy leader, he had to do a lot of things for Si Kong Chen. Now, his outcome was equivalent to cutting off one of Si Kong Chen's arms in the open. And this was the result of Si Kong Chen's own doing. The smile on Wei Haichao's face froze slightly, but he still maintained his expression and didn't let it change. I believe that our doctors will quickly solve this situation. Thank you for your concern, Leader Liu. After being stabbed by Lin Xiao's secret words, he couldn't just silently endure and not fight back. So he stabbed Lin Xiao again. Because in Lin Xiao's base, not to mention doctors with strong medical skills, other technical personnel were very lacking. At least in Wei Haichao's eyes, Universal Base was dependent on Haiching Base for survival. However, Lin Xiao didn't react to his stab. She smiled calmly. Is that so? Then it seems that my worry was unnecessary. I will wait for Deputy Leader Ho's good news. Okay, now that we're done with the pleasantries, shouldn't you invite us in? Of course, please. Wei Haichao was no match for Lin Xiao in terms of momentum, and his words didn't cause any real reaction from her. So although he smiled and gestured for Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue to come in, he was a little depressed by Lin Xiao's words. But when he saw Lin Xiao's calm expression, he sneered in his heart. This woman's facial expression was quite deep. Sure enough, after a few interactions, she was not someone to be trifled with. Previously, when she was only level 7, she dared to unscrupulously cripple the hand of a level 7 director in front of the base's leaders. Now that she was level 8, her strength was close to Si Kong Chen's. He didn't dare to imagine what she would do if he provoked her again. Chapter 1238. When Lin Xiao and Wu Chengyue arrived in Huaxia, Lin Wenwen was receiving the last batch of goods 7 years ago, because they were ready to set out for the sea. After putting the last batch of things into her space, the inventory in her space was already full, although the money was borrowed from Dong Lijia several times. It didn't affect the goods she wanted to collect. Have you finished? Can we go now? Dong Lijia could now tell the difference between Dong Xinxin and Lin Wenwen when they were sober. Lin Wenwen was counting goods in her exclusive warehouse. Boxes were stacked on the ground. When Dong Lijia came over to have a look, he was subtly embarrassed, because the labels on the boxes were Hushabo, Sophie, Koheos, ABC, Seven Realms, Flower King, Danbai's Cotton Age, Free, Motherwort, Xiaoni, and so on. He silently turned his head to look elsewhere, and then said a little unnaturally, Ahem, well, we'll set out in the early hours of tonight. Remember to get ready before we set out. After that, he quickly turned around and slipped away. Oh, I see. Don't worry, I'll be ready before dark. Lin Wenwen was busy counting the goods, so she just replied casually. But when she saw that he suddenly ran away, she turned her head and glanced at him. Then she looked back and saw that the labels were all kinds of sanitary towels for day and night use. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. After she finished collecting the goods, she returned to the Dong family's mansion. She saw Dong Lijia still sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking around with dull eyes. He seemed to miss this place. Lin Wenwen stopped and asked him, Didn't you warn Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun? Aren't they your best buddies? Hearing her voice, Dong Lijia turned to look at her and said, Xin said that they have their own situation. Except for the last few years, their situation in the first few years is not so good. So she wants to help them after we completely stabilize our own affairs. Anyway, they won't die in the next 2 years, right? If we change their situation now, it may have unexpected changes to their lives in the future. What if it turns out to be something bad? Forget it. Lin Wenwen looked at him quietly and suddenly said, Although what Xin said makes sense, have you ever thought that when Dong Xin and I came back here, the trajectory of your lives changed? This was direct, but there was also an indirect effect, which was to cause the trajectory of others to deviate. As long as it's related to you, there will always be a butterfly effect. Unknowingly, the return of the two of them had quietly changed the situation of those who were related to Dong Xin. This change might be what Dong Xin had expected, but it was also unstable. Hearing her words, Dong Lijia's expression suddenly froze. Then he looked at her seriously. What do you mean? Lin Wenwen looked at him and suddenly said, Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. But even if you don't go looking for them, they will come looking for you soon. Like I said, their lives have changed because of me and Dong Xin. They won't continue to develop according to the previous trajectory. Before, Dong Xin said that he didn't want to care about those who could survive the first doomsday and wanted them to develop according to the original trajectory. But she had never thought that her appearance had changed the trajectory of those who had been in contact with her. Dong Lijia's expression suddenly sank. They had never thought of what Lin Wenwen said, because before they only focused on themselves and their families to create better living conditions after the doomsday. Everyone focused on resources and facing the desperate environment and crisis of the doomsday. Even if they thought of their friends, and Dong Xin felt that they wouldn't die last time, they certainly wouldn't die this time. Before he could say anything, the guard's report came from outside the door. It said that the young master of the Luo family and the young master of the Deng family had come. Lin Wenwen spread out her hands. You see, with the life that Dong Xin has experienced before, Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun shouldn't come to your house at this time. But now they are here, and if you don't explain it clearly today, I guess they won't let you go. After saying that, she smiled, turned around, and walked upstairs. Dong Lijia looked at her petite back view, which was much thinner than she was 2 months ago, as she walked up. Then there came the sound of a sports car outside the door, and then the sound of brakes came. Dong Jia, what happened to your family? Why did you buy all the shares of the Dong's group? Why? Before he arrived, Luo Yuanjuan's voice had already rushed in from outside the door. And you also bought your own, small company? Has the Dong clan gone mad? What happened? I only went abroad for a month, and I heard this news. Are you trying to scare me to death? Luo Yuanjun rushed in and asked a series of questions to Dong Lijia, who had just stood up from the sofa. Deng Qinfei, who followed him in, did not say anything, but he stared at Dong Lijia in confusion, just as Luo Yuanjun did. He had been busy recently and did not pay much attention to the news, but Luo Yuanjun suddenly called him. The chairman of the Dong's group had been changed. Not only had the shares been transferred, but the Dong family had also sold a lot of real estate in the fastest way. He was so scared that he immediately went online to check the news. Then he saw that all kinds of news media were reporting the sudden change of the chairman of the Dong's group. So far, no one knew the reason. Many people wanted to inquire about the Dong family and see if they could get any inside information by getting close to them. However, the Dong family had not only thrown away the group and many real estate, but also hid in the Dong family's mansion. And the number of bodyguards in the mansion had not only increased, but they were also all masters. The media reporters could not find any loopholes to get in to get information. So now all the major news media and insiders were guessing that there must be some big changes in the Dong family. After reading all kinds of news, the two of them rushed here without even making a phone call. It was such a big thing, but it took them more than a month to find out. And when they were with Dong Lijia, he did not reveal anything about it all. As best friends who grew up together, why did he hide such a big thing from them? Why on earth did he do that? Therefore, the two of them rushed here to catch the person and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Dong Lijia looked at their imposing manner and knew that if he didn't give them a satisfactory explanation today, these two brothers wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1239. Dong Lijia looked at Luo Yuanjun and Deng Qinfei. Then he looked at them and said hesitantly, If I tell you, will you really believe me? Luo Yuanjun and Deng Qinfei looked at each other and said, Of course we will believe you. I'd like to know what made you give away such a large board of directors group. Don't tell me you've been blackmailed by someone with something on you? Or is there some serious problem with your company that caused you to be emptied? Otherwise, Why did you sell all the shares that belong to your family? Don't tell me that the company is going to collapse. Deng Qinfei looked around, and suddenly his eyes flashed. All the valuable things in your house are gone? What's going on? Are you going to run away? He looked around and found that the valuable works of art, antiques, and decorations in the living room of this mansion were all gone. There were some tables, chairs, sofas, and tea tables in the living room, but all the valuable decorations were gone. The whole living room suddenly felt empty. Hearing Deng Qinfei's words, Luo Yuanjun was slightly stunned, and then he turned his attention to the surrounding environment. What he saw shocked him yet again. No way. Are you going to run away? What kind of crisis made you sell all the shares of the group and all the things in your house? Is it possible that your mistress is also... Dong Lijia sighed and raised his hand to stop him from thinking further. It's not what you think. But my mistress has indeed been sold. Luo Yunjuan's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, It's not what I think. If it's not like that, how could you sell your beloved supercar? Even if you're short of money, you can tell us. Although our financial strength may not be able to make up for the losses of your Dong's group, we will give you as much as we can. Even if we can't give you too much, we can help you. Wasn't this the time when brothers could be put to good use? Or do you think that we will only follow you to eat, drink, and have fun? Deng Qinfei also nodded seriously, although he didn't say anything. But his behavior indicated that he had the same idea as Luo Yuanjun. Looking at Luo Yuanjun's agitated look, Dong Lijia hurriedly put his arm around the back of his neck and said, I told you it's not what you think, but the situation may be more serious than you think. Oh no, you definitely can't imagine it. Hearing his words, Luo Yuanjun frowned. Then he closed his eyes and pointed at him, asking doubtfully, Tell me what's going on. Dong Lijia looked at him, then at Deng Qinfei. Then he let go of Luo Yuanjun and sat down on the sofa. He waved at the two of them. Qinfei, do you remember the question I asked you at the beach? Deng Qinfei was taken aback. He looked at him in a daze. When we were at the seaside, the question you asked? Luo Yuanjun and Dong Lijia both looked at him. Before Dong Lijia could say anything, Luo Yuanjun, who was impatient, spoke first. He asked you questions? What problem? Was it the 2 days we spent at the seaside? Is there any special problem? Deng Qinfei thought for a moment. Did Dong Lijia ask him questions at the seaside more than a month ago? His memory was not bad. He tried hard to think, and suddenly remembered that Dong Lijia asked him a question when they were walking on the beach. His eyes flashed. He looked at Dong Lijia and said firmly, Is it the question you said was a joke? Dong Lijia nodded and smiled guiltily. If I say it will come true, will you think I'm crazy? As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Qinfei looked at him with an expression that said, Is there something wrong with your head? What? Why are you two talking in riddles? Qinfei, what question did he ask you at that time? Luo Yuanjun saw that he did not know what they were talking about, so he hurriedly urged Deng Qinfei to explain. Then he saw Luo Yuanjun looking at Dong Lijia as if he was a lunatic, which made him even more curious. His heart felt like it was being hung up, which made him want to scratch his heart and lungs. Oh, he said that he asked me what I would do if the end of the world came one day. Then he said it was a joke. He even hypothesized what I would do if the end of the world came. Then I asked him what kind of end of the world it was. Would it be a volcano eruption or a landslide? Or maybe it's a tsunami or a natural disaster. Deng Qinfei couldn't finish his sentence. What? The end of the world? What the hell? Luo Yuanjun was confused. He could not figure out why Dong Lijia would ask such a question at that time. But in the next second, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He abruptly turned his head and glared at Dong Lijia. You can't be thinking of saying that everything you're doing now is to prove that the question you asked Qinfei is true, right? Dong Lijia nodded helplessly when he saw Luo Yuanjuan's expression and Deng Qinfei's expression. Is there something wrong with your brain? Luo Yuanjun did not look at Dong Lijia like Deng Qinfei did. He blurted out the question directly. He stared at Dong Lijia's face so hard that his eyeballs almost popped out. Dong Lijia spread his hands and said, See, I told you that you wouldn't believe me, but you still wanted me to say it. Now you say that I'm out of my mind. I also think I'm out of my mind. After saying that, he sighed in melancholy and leaned against the back of the sofa. Then he said, "When my sister comes down, you will know who's out of it. Don't talk about me. Why are you talking about me?" At this time, a clear voice came down from the stairs. The three of them turned around and saw a petite and cute girl walking down with a cold face. Although she looked calm, they were speechless because of what she had just said. However, the meaning of her words did not cause any reaction from the three of them. Instead, Luo Yuanjun and Deng Qinfei widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. "Wow, Dong Xinxin, are you Dong Xinxin?" Luo Yuanjun jumped up and looked at Dong Xinxin in disbelief. Dong Xinxin had lost more than 30 kilograms. Not only had she become slim, but her breasts were big, her waist was thin, and her legs were straight but a little short. Her originally round face was still round, but that was because her face was round to begin with. However, the flesh on her face had obviously decreased a lot. She looked delicate and cute. Because she was not tall enough, she looked like a little girl. At the same time, if it were not for her breasts and buttocks, people would think that she was a 13-year-old girl. Luo Yuanjun was stunned, and so was Deng Qinfei. Because in their impression, Dong Xinxin had always been round and fleshy. Seeing them staring at her in disbelief, Dong Xinxin's face suddenly turned cold. In an instant, she flew down the stairs, rushed to Luo Yuanjun, grabbed his hand in an instant, turned around, and bent forward. She stomped hard on the ground with her round buttocks at the same time. Ah, bang! Luo Yuanjun flew out of the tea table. Chapter 1240. Ah, bam! Luo Yuanjun was thrown over his shoulder onto the ground in front of the coffee table. Deng Qinfei, Dong Lijia, Luo Yuanjun, who fell to the ground, was dumbfounded. However, that was not the end. Dong Xinxin strode up to Luo Yuanjun, clenched his fist, and swung it at Luo Yuanjun, who had just sat up. Ah, wait, why did you hit me again? Luo Yuanjun, who had just sat up, felt his vision blur, and one of his eyes was punched. He immediately covered his injured eye and screamed. Then, he looked at Dong Xinxin as if he had seen a ghost. Excellent, Xinxin? Dong Lijia finally realized that this person seemed to be his sister. But why did Xinxin want to hit Luo Yuanjun whenever he saw him? Dong Xinxin stood up after punching him. Then, he turned to Dong Lijia and said, "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come back dead." Then he glanced at Luo Yuanjun, snorted, turned around, and sat down on the sofa. What? Because of this guy? Dong Lijia's expression changed when he heard that. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Luo Yuanjun. He looked like he was going to beat Luo Yuanjun up. Hey, wait. Dong Jieja, what are you doing? No. Dong Xinxin, what did you mean? Why did you hit me again? What did I do to offend you? Seeing that Dong Lijia was walking toward him angrily, Luo Yuanjun quickly got up. He continued to cover his eye with one hand and reached out to stop Dong Lijia with the other. Then, he shouted at the brother and sister with confusion and anger. You don't believe what my brother said, do you? Then wait for another half a month. Don't blame us for not reminding you. Do you think I worked so hard just to lose weight? Haha, Dong Xinxin laughed at them with a face full of disdain. Wait a minute. What does what your brother said have anything to do with you hitting me now? Wait, do you believe what he said just now? Hey, no. What do you mean by coming back dead? I'm a little confused now. I don't understand what's going on. Chun Fei, have you figured it out? Luo Yuanjun stared at the brother and sister with one of his eyes in a daze. In the end, he looked at Deng Qinfei with hesitation. The silent Deng Qinfei looked at him expressionlessly, then at Dong Xinxin, and then at Dong Lijia. He narrowed his eyes, stared at Dong Xinxin, and said, What can prove that what you said is true? Do you think it's just because you sold your family property and lost weight? Dong Xinxin shrugged and said, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Didn't I tell you? Let's wait for half a month. Come on, tell me what this guy did before you came back. Seeing that Luo Yuanjun was on guard against him, Dong Lijia had to give up beating him up for now. He then asked Dong Xinxin about the situation. "Oh, I'll go save him." Then, he refused to go back to the base alone. In the end, I died and he died too. Not only did I waste so much effort, but I also lost myself in the process. Dong Xinxin glared at Luo Yuanjun angrily when she thought of the scene at that time. Luo Yuanjun didn't know what she was talking about at all. He looked confused and asked, "What the hell?" Dong Lijia, however, had a different reaction. "What? Why did you let him go first? Didn't you go to save him? Then why didn't you two go together?" Dong Xinxin looked at Dong Lijia and said, "I lost a leg at that time. If he took me with him in that kind of environment, neither of us would have a good ending. So I asked him to give up on me. I didn't want to waste my life to save his. In the end, he wasted the life that I spent all my superpower to save him. We died together. How dare you waste the chance to live that my sister exchanged for your life? Stop right there, and I'll beat you to death." Dong Lijiao was furious when he heard that and felt the resentment in her words. "What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand a word." Luo Yuanjun immediately stepped back to avoid Dong Lijia, who was about to rush over. Dong Lijia rolled up her sleeves again and was about to beat Luo Yuanjun up again, but she stopped after 2 steps and said with a hesitant look, "Hey, no. If he really left you and ran away in that situation, I would really beat him to death." Dong Xinxin. "Brother, whose side are you on?" Deng Shenfei, who was ignored again, couldn't help but say, "You haven't answered my question yet." Dong Lijia turned to look at him and said, "Haven't I already answered you? What I'm going to say is the same as what Xinxin said. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, since we are brothers, I'll tell you even if I'm regarded as a psychopath. You can find us in High City in half a month. As for the group, you don't have to worry about it. My brother is right. Since you don't believe us, you don't have to worry about what we do. You don't have to worry about what we do. Anyway, with our relationship, we don't need to lie to you. But Luo Yuanjun, if it's true, then remember, you owe me your life." Dong Xinxin's handsome face was serious, and he didn't look like he was joking. And when she looked at Luo Yuanjun, there was a kind of anger in her eyes. Aye. Luo Yuanjun looked into her eyes, and his momentum was completely suppressed. He almost believed what she said, but his reason told him that it was impossible. But Dong Xinxin's punch just now was not light. It was very painful. "It's because I know you won't believe me, so I didn't say anything. Don't worry. Even if more than half of the people in the world die in half a month, you will still be alive. Remember to find us in High City." Dong Lijia sighed and then turned to look at Dong Xinxin. "What? You sound like it's true. Do you think I don't know what the hell the end of the world is? And Dong Xinxin, you really dare to hit me." Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia in confusion and then looked at Deng Shenfei. Finally, he looked at Dong Xinxin angrily. Dong Lijia went back to the sofa and sat down. He looked at him with a gloating smile and said, "I told you that you would be beaten by Xinxin. It's you who didn't believe it. She has a bad temper now." Deng Shenfei turned his head to look around and then looked at Dong Xinxin. Suddenly, he said, "So, Dong Xinxin has been acting strange recently, and you sold your family property because of the joke you said before? If that's the case, what do you need so much money for? Isn't it useless now?" Dong Lijia saw his expression and found that he seemed to have believed it. He said to him, "Didn't you give me the answer yourself? I asked you at that time." Deng Shenfei thought for a moment. At that time, Dong Lijia said that the end of the world would be full of viruses and zombies. His answer was food and water, car gasoline. Chapter 1241. Thinking of the answer he gave before, Deng Shenfei looked at Dong Lijia with a slightly surprised expression. He finally asked doubtfully, "Could it be that what you said is true? Then how did you know? It's not time yet, is it? Do they have the ability to foresee things?" Dong Lijia pointed at Dong Xinxin. "Oh, she said so. Don't you think she has changed a lot? Come on, let me show you." As he spoke, he stood up and casually pulled his sister up as well. Dong Xinxin wasn't able to connect to him and didn't know what he was going to do. She was pulled to an empty place in the middle of the living room. Then she saw him standing in front of her, ready to attack. Only then did she realize what her brother meant by letting them experience it. Are you serious? Dong Xinxin asked Dong Lijia. Dong Lijia nodded. Yes, I'm serious. The other two looked at the brother and sister in confusion. Were they going to fight? At this moment, Dong Xinxin suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he moved forward, squatted down, and kicked out. When Dong Lijia jumped back, he suddenly chased after him and punched Dong Lijia in the stomach at a speed that couldn't be seen. Humph! Dong Lijia snorted. He had reacted very fast, but he was not fast enough, so he was punched. But Dong Xinxin wasn't done yet. After punching Dong Lijia in the stomach, a foot kicked toward him. But this time, Dong Lijia reacted in time and narrowly avoided her front kick. At the same time, while avoiding Dong Xinxin's kick, Dong Lijia quickly punched at Dong Xinxin. But Dong Xinxin moved his head in time and dodged his attack. Moreover, Dong Xinxin raised his elbow and hit the joint in the middle of his arm. Their sparring moves were relatively simple, but the two of them were very fast when it came to real combat. In the eyes of Luo Yuanjun and Deng Qinfei was fine. He could see the trajectory of their attacks. Luo Yuanjun was confused again. He stared at Dong Lijia and saw that Dong Xinxin kept forcing Dong Lijia to lose. Moreover, their movements were accompanied by the sound of the wind. Their eyes were very serious, and their auras were very powerful. Looking at Dong Xinxin's agile and ruthless movements, he was completely dumbfounded. Was this still the fat-bald Dong Xinxin he knew? The one who wouldn't hit him no matter how he called her fat? He had known Dong Xinxin for more than 10 years, but he had never known that Dong Xinxin could fight. Moreover, looking at the fight between the two of them, there were still moves and styles. Qinfei, did you see anything? As for the tricks here, he could only ask Deng Qinfei, who was an expert in fighting. The more Deng Qinfei read, the more serious his expression became. Pafelo! At this time, Dong Lijia's block was a step too late. As a result, he was punched in the nose by Dong Xinxin. The pain immediately caused his eyes to tear up, and he cried out in pain. I don't want to fight anymore. It hurts. Dong Lijia immediately covered his nose and retreated 3 meters away from Dong Xinxin in the blink of an eye. He looked at Dong Xinxin with tears in his eyes and shouted. Dong Xinxin shrugged at him and said, You said it was for real. Oh, it hurts. Even if it's for real, you are too cruel. Your brother's nose is going to be crooked. Dong Lijia closed his eyes and said to her with a painful expression. Deng Qinfei didn't answer Luo Yuanjun's words. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly walked over to stand in front of Dong Xinxin. He slightly leaned his body to one side and got ready to attack. Let me do it. Wow, you're not serious, are you? Hearing his words, Luo Yuanjun couldn't help but stare at him again when he saw that he was 9 meters tall in front of Dong Xinxin, who was only 5 meters tall. Oh, and he still covered his other eye. Covering his nose, Dong Lijia slipped to Luo Yuanjun's side and said grumpily, Why don't you do it? You haven't even gone up yet, and you've already been beaten twice. Don't your eyes hurt? Luo Yuanjun. Dong Xinxin slightly raised her head and looked at Deng Qinfei, who was standing in front of her. Although he was full of momentum, she was not weak either. She nodded indifferently and said, Sure. But as she said that, her momentum changed a little. She looked at Deng Qinfei with a little vigilance. Although her own combat skills were trained when fighting zombies, Deng Qinfei's strength was much stronger than Dong Lijia's. Looking at the tall Deng Qinfei, Dong Xinxin was not afraid at all. She stared at his eyes and asked, Do you want me to do it, or you? You first. Seeing that the other party was small and was a girl, he gave up. Deng Qinfei certainly wouldn't make the first move, so he could only choose to defend. Dong Xinxin didn't stand on ceremony. She suddenly bent her leg and rushed forward, jumping up and began to attack. Although her fist was small, its speed and momentum were not small at all. In an instant, she bounced above Deng Qinfei and punched him in the face. Deng Qinfei immediately crossed his hands and raised them to block her fist. However, a tremendous force came from the place where her fist made contact, causing both of his forearms to feel a bit numb after a wave of intense pain. His feet also slightly took a step back. Then, without waiting for him to think, Dong Xinshin had already flipped in the air and kicked him in the neck. This action of turning the body in the air and kicking was not something an ordinary person could do. Not only did it depend on the body's agility and reaction, but it also required many times of training. Moreover, Dong Xinshin's movements were flexible and smooth, without a trace of panic. From the wind and speed of her kick, Deng Xinfei was shocked. At the same time, he reflexively raised his hand and clenched his fist to block his ear. Pooh! Only a muffled sound could be heard when the flesh collided, but the hand that Deng Xinfei raised to block Dong Xinshin's whistling kick was kicked askew by her with great force. Fortunately, his head dodged in advance, otherwise he would have been kicked in the head. Whether it was Dong Xinshin's fist or the sweeping kick, the strength was very strong. It was not the strength that an ordinary girl should have. It could even be said that it was stronger than a man. After being blocked by him, Dong Xinshin nimbly flipped back and landed firmly on the ground with both feet. Just as she was about to rush over to attack the next wave, Deng Xinfei suddenly took a step back in advance and blocked with both hands. He shouted, "Stop." "Okay, I got it." Dong Xinshin stopped her movements. Deng Xinfei had almost seen the level of Dong Xinshin's skills with those two moves, although he knew that it might not be accurate, and Dong Xinshin might be more powerful. But from her movements, speed, strength, and even the way she attacked, he had already seen something. This was not something that could be learned in a short period of 3 months. So why? He directly looked at Dong Xinshin and asked. Chapter 1242. Although Dong Xinshin fought with Dong Lijia and exchanged 2 moves with Deng Xinfei, he was not panting or sweating at all. She turned back to the sofa and sat down, saying, "Didn't you just ask us why we knew in advance? Because I was reborn from 7 years later. I died once, and it was because of him." Then she pointed to Luo Yuanjun, who was not feeling well. What did you mean by dying once? What do you mean reborn? You came back from 7 years later. Are you out of your mind, fat ball? Luo Yuanjun came to his senses after being pointed at by her. He was even more incredulous when he heard her words. If it weren't for the past 7 years, what do you think I learned these things? Why do you think I became thin? Also, if you call me fat ball again, I will blacken your other eye. I'm not fat anymore. Why don't you try? Dong Xinshin glared at Luo Yuanjun and said. Deng Xinfei had been skeptical before, but now he was 80% convinced. He frowned slightly on his expressionless face, which was rare. His handsome face fell into a contemplative expression. He walked back to his seat and sat down. Finally, he looked at Dong Xinshin. So what do you mean that you died with him? So you have 7 more years of experience and memories? Dong Xinshin nodded. Yes, my superpower is very special. So I came back. Well, brother. Just as she said that, she suddenly closed her eyes, frowned, and raised her hand to touch her forehead. She seemed to be very uncomfortable. Luo Yuanjun and Deng Xinfei were slightly shocked to see her like this, but Dong Lijia nodded calmly. Well, I see. After he finished speaking, Dong Xinshin suddenly leaned back on the sofa and lay motionless. What would happen to her? Luo Yuanjun put down his hand that was covering his eye, blinked his eye uncomfortably, and looked at Dong Xinshin and asked in confusion. Deng Xinfei looked at Dong Lijia. Dong Lijia said calmly, "Oh, nothing. It's normal. She just changes people every day." Change people? Deng Xinfei squinted and looked at him in confusion. Yeah, what do you mean? Luo Yuanjun also looked at Dong Lijia in confusion and then turned to look at Dong Xinshin. At this time, Dong Xinshin's eyes moved and slowly opened. Then, he sat up and couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dong Lijia's nose. Xinshin is much more ruthless than me. After saying that, she raised one hand and clenched it into a fist. He then continued, but this time, after the fight, I can hold on longer than before. Dong Lijia nodded in agreement. Yes, it's indeed a little long. Deng Xinfei and Luo Yuanjun who had just received a large amount of information, were confused again when they heard the conversation between the two of them. This was because Dong Xinxin's aura had suddenly changed, and his words were also strange. Say my own name? It seemed like he was talking about someone else. She said it very naturally, but those who heard it felt very awkward. Also, the way Dong Lijia talked to her had changed. It was as if he was talking to someone else. Of course, the one who woke up at this time was not Dong Xinxin, but Lin Wenwen. She immediately stood up, looked at Dong Lijia, and said, "Well, I'll go upstairs first. You talk." Hiss. When she was about to walk upstairs, she suddenly felt dizzy when she glanced at Deng Chunfei. A picture suddenly appeared in her mind. What? Seeing that Lin Wenwen suddenly staggered, as if she was about to fall, Dong Lijia was startled and immediately stood up. However, Lin Wenwen just felt dizzy for a moment and didn't fall. But she didn't continue to walk forward. Instead, she squinted and sat back down. At the same time, she raised her hand to Dong Lijia. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." She closed her eyes and focused on the picture in her mind. It was Deng Chunfei, but there were other people besides him. Other people who shouldn't have been around him. The scene was not static, but there was movement. Deng Chunfei was talking to someone. "This is what we saw. It was too dangerous at that time, so we couldn't get close. I'm sorry." As Deng Chunfei said that, a guilty expression appeared on his cold face. And standing in front of him was none other than the person that Lin Wenwen was familiar with, her big brother, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was very agitated. He slapped his hands on both sides of Deng Chunfei and stared at him with reddened eyes, saying, "Are they really still alive? No, you're not wrong. You don't have to apologize to me. I just want to know if they were really alive when you last saw them." Deng Chunfei nodded in the picture and said, but when she reached here, Lin Wenwen couldn't hear his voice and the picture quickly dissipated. Lin Wenwen suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to stare at Deng Chunfei. She wanted to know what was going on with the picture of Deng Chunfei and Lin Feng and what they were talking about. But now, when she looked at Deng Chunfei again, her mind was still empty. How could this be? What did Deng Chunfei see in the picture? Why was her brother so nervous and agitated? What happened this time? One, are you okay? Dong Lijiao looked at her in confusion and saw that she was staring at Deng Chunfei as if something was wrong. Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun were confused by Lin Wenwen's expression, and now they heard Dong Lijia call her one instead of Xinxin. The two of them were even more confused and looked like they didn't have enough brains to process it. "I'm okay." Lin Wenwen stared at Deng Chunfei for a while and looked away in disappointment after making sure that there were no more pictures. "Wait a minute. Damn it. What are you two playing at?" Luo Yuanjun didn't have enough brains to process it, so he just asked them directly. "Oh, she's not Xinxin. Let me introduce her to you. She's one. She's the other, soul in Xinxin's body. Her full name is unknown, her identity is unknown, and her age is unknown. Oh, she seems to be 1 year older than me? She's also a girl who came back with Xinxin 7 years later." Dong Lijia finally introduced her to them. As for Lin Wenwen's age, if he went back to 7 years ago, he would be 21 years old. So she was 1 year older than Dong Lijia, who was only 20 years old now. Oh, I'm going crazy. What's wrong with this world? Why do I feel like everything I've seen and heard today is an illusion? Luo Yuanjun looked at the ceiling with a defeated expression. He had already given up on thinking about everything the siblings said. Deng Chunfei looked at Dong Lijia expressionlessly and said, "Apocalypse, rebirth, 7 years of memories, and now a soul transfer? It seems like your sister is really a fantasy." Even someone as cold as him couldn't help but complain. Chapter 1243. I'm not feeling well. I'm going back to my room. Lin Wenwen stood up from the sofa and walked upstairs. Well, are you okay? Is there something wrong with Xinxin's body? Dong Lijia also stood up and looked at her worriedly. But he was more worried about whether there was something wrong with Dong Xinxin's identity. It's okay. Your sister is in good health. It's my problem. When I leave her, this situation won't happen again. Lin Wenwen took a deep breath and answered him with a frown. What she cared about now was the scene of Deng Xinfei and Lin Feng. She didn't know what happened to her brother, and it was related to Deng Xinfei. Since it was something that would happen in the future, Deng Xinfei and Dong Lijia should be able to live. Although she only heard a few words of their conversation, there was a lot of information. What did Deng Xinfei see? He also said that it was too dangerous to get close and showed a guilty expression to Lin Feng. It seemed that he had encountered something, but it was too late. Lin Feng asked about them, and still alive in excitement. These two seemed to be important, but Lin Wenwen didn't know who he was referring to. The people he was worried about seemed to have encountered a life-threatening crisis. That was why Lin Feng was so excited to ask if he was still alive. Lin Wenwen seemed to be deep in thought, as if he was thinking about something important as he walked away. Dong Lijia withdrew his gaze and sat down to look at the other two. What else do you want to ask next? Just tell us. If you don't, we'll leave tonight. Leave? Where? Luo Yuanjun asked in confusion when he heard that they were going to leave. To High City, Dong Lijia said. Luo Yuanjun and Deng Xinfei looked at each other. They felt that they had to go back and digest what had happened today. Should they believe it or not? But it shouldn't be possible, right? What if it was true if they didn't believe it? They would definitely regret it. Since you said that there was a virus infection, it should have started in one area, right? How could the whole world suddenly be infected? The skeptical Deng Xinfei tried to believe what they said, but he had to figure out the reason first. In his eyes, since Dong Lijia said that zombies were everywhere like in Resident Evil, then the infection should take some time to spread, right? Oh, they said that this virus didn't leak out from some research lab. Instead, it's the gas that overflows from the ground and mixes with the air, causing it to mutate into a virus that can mutate the organisms on the ground. Dong Lijia didn't know the situation at that time, so he could only repeat what Dong Xinxin and Lin Wenwen said to them. From underground? What does that mean? Wasn't this man-made? Naturally formed? Deng Xinfei looked at him and was slightly stunned. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. It's not man-made. If it was man-made, how could the entire Earth fall into an apocalypse overnight? Dong Lijia waved his hand at him. Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia and then at Deng Xinfei. After a long silence, he finally couldn't help but say, "A natural disaster? How did it form? Really?" Dong Lijia glared at him impatiently. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then forget it. I'm too lazy to say it. Since you don't believe it, why do you care how the virus formed? Luo Yuanjun looked at him with a troubled expression and said, "But who would believe such a thing? It's not realistic at all, okay?" He also wanted to believe it. Why didn't you tell him a more normal way of doomsday? Suddenly, the gas that came out of the ground turned into a virus. What the hell? If there was such gas underground, then the geologists in the Institute of Geology would have found it long ago. Then tell me, why did Dong Xinxin suddenly become like this in such a short time? I believe my sister wouldn't lie to me, and she wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Dong Lijia was a little annoyed when he saw that Luo Yuanjun refused to believe what he said. His tone was a little stiff. Deng Xinfei suddenly stood up and said to Dong Lijia, "I'll go back and think about it." He wasn't sure now. Even if he wanted to believe Dong Lijia, there were still some questions in his mind that he hadn't figured out. He couldn't make a judgment until he figured it out. With that, he walked out the door. Seeing Deng Xinfei leave, Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia hesitantly. Then he said, "Then I'll go back and think about it. There is still more than 10 days left, right? I'll make some preparations. Let's see if it's really like what you said in half a month." Since he didn't know whether to believe it or not, he could prepare for it together. In that case, both sides should prepare for it together. We'll see the results half a month later. Deng Xinfei had the same idea as Luo Yuanjun when he left. But after thinking about it for a night, he decided to believe Dong Lijia. Then he quickly took out his savings and found the fastest way to buy food, oil, and a car. At the same time, he began to sell all the assets he had. His family background was not ordinary, so he was a little faster than Dong Lijia when it came to these things. After all, the procedures were too complicated. If he wanted to get the money as soon as possible, he had to lower the price to the minimum. But more than 10 days were still not enough. Luo Yuanjun didn't have so many things to do because his family's business was not in his hands, but in the hands of his brother and his father. He couldn't interfere with his family's business at all, so he didn't want to think about it. He took out his own money, although he was idle all day. But he was an invisible stock trader, so he had a lot of money in his bank. After taking out all the money, he tried to imagine the scene after the apocalypse. He took out a piece of paper and made a list. The list was divided into 3 categories: food, weapons, and transportation. Then he divided a bunch of food and other things from the food. He had to ask Deng Xinfei for help with the weapons, and the transportation was mainly trucks, off-road vehicles, and so on. Unfortunately, he didn't have much money, so he could only buy a helicopter at most. After making the list, he suddenly thought of Dong Lijia's situation. Damn, no wonder he said he would go to them. He must go. He had sold all the shares of his company and all the valuable things in his house. He guessed that he had even mortgaged his house to the bank to borrow a lot of money. He thought that they had used all the money to buy food and weapons, so he had already prepared everything. They were not afraid of the apocalypse. Luo Yuanjun thought that if it was true, he would go to them. Chapter 1244. Time slowly passed day by day, and soon, half a month was about to arrive. One day before the doomsday, Lin Wenwen suddenly had a premonition. Xin, it seems that we are going to be separated. Lin Wenwen stood on the balcony of Dong Xin's new residence in Haicheng and watched the sun gradually set. Then he suddenly muttered to himself, "What's wrong? Do you feel anything?" Dong Xin's voice sounded in her mind. Recently, Dong Xin's spiritual power had been getting stronger, and the time she could control her body was getting longer and longer. As long as she did not do any strenuous exercise for the time being, she could stay in her body for a few days. But strenuous exercise could enhance her spiritual power, so she still chose to control her body for a short period of time to exercise. Then she handed over control to Lin Wenwen and let her continue to exercise. Although Lin Wenwen had never said what her special ability was, Dong Xin was more or less aware of it since they were in the same body. The two of them did not know how to say it. One special ability could go back to the past, while the other special ability could perceive the future. Yes, I saw it. Tonight you will still fall into a coma, but your special ability will directly awaken. Maybe your awakening special ability triggered something. I think I can go back. Lin Wenwen smiled. Dong Xin's face was still a little baby face, tender, and there were 2 small dimples when she smiled. It was very beautiful, but this small face with the current Dong Xin was a little, well, subtle, because the current Dong Xin was very violent. Whether it was when she was practicing with Dong Lijia or when she was fighting with Deng Xinfei and Luo Yuanjun, she was not gentle at all. Her movements were also very sharp, and her character was also fierce. Well, now she was a violent Lolita. She looked very cute, and she was short. Like a small animal, people thought that she was the kind of girl who was easily timid and afraid, but the truth was not like that. Her appearance was too deceiving. I can awaken tonight. Sure enough, this time is different from before. I only awakened my special ability a few years after the doomsday. Dong Xin sighed, and there was a little indescribable complex emotion in her tone. And you don't need to do anything. When you wake up, this body will only belong to you, Lin Wenwen said. After knowing Dong Xin for 3 months, she knew that Dong Xin was actually a good girl. It was just that they were forced by the post-apocalyptic environment to become cold and selfish. Lin Wenwen took a nap at noon and dreamed of the next morning's chaotic morning. Just like last time, the morning was eerily quiet. Usually, at 6 or 7 o'clock, many breakfast shops would open for business, and the number of people going to work or to school gradually increased on the streets. However, there were surprisingly few people that day. Many of the old shops were not open, and there were not many people working or students. There were not even many cars on the road. But Lin Wenwen couldn't stay here until morning. Although she could see tomorrow, when she opened her eyes, she had already returned to the base 7 years later. The scene in the dream blurred for a moment in the cold morning, and then she appeared in a room that looked like a hospital ward. He walked to the window and took a look. The buildings outside the window were all renovated. The sky was gray, the air was oppressive, and there were many familiar scents. Is that so? You don't need me to do it? Then I haven't finished what I promised you. Hearing what Lin Wenwen said, Dong Xinxin's tone became a little unhappy. She was also a person who paid attention to promises. Since she had promised, she had to do it. If she hadn't done anything, the promise would have been completed for some other reason. That meant that she didn't have any credit. She didn't do what she promised. This kind of situation where she said she could do it, but didn't do it would be stuck in her heart. What does it matter? As long as I can go back, it's fine. Lin Wenwen didn't care about this matter. Dong Xinxin said, that can't be done. I dragged you here. I also asked you to help me modify my body, but I didn't do anything. That's too much of a bargain for me. I'm not a person who likes to take advantage of others. Lin Wenwen listened to her inexplicably stubborn words and smiled. It can't be considered as taking advantage of others. I also borrowed a lot of money from your brother, and I can also collect so many clean materials before the end of the world. It can be considered as a profit for me. Thinking that he had borrowed money from Dong Lijia no less than 5 times, Lin Wenwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because Dong Lijia had to lend money to her even though he knew that she wouldn't return it. The conflicted expression on her face was quite amusing. Do you think Deng Xinfei and Luo Yuanjun will want to burn incense and pray to you after they see what happens tomorrow? Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of the arrival of Doomsday tomorrow and everyone's terrified and desperate reaction. He didn't know how Deng Xinfei and Luo Yuanjun would react when they saw what happened. They should be glad that at least they weren't too stupid and knew to prepare for a contingency plan. What the hell do you mean by pray to me? I'm not dead. Hearing Lin Wenwen's words, Dong Xinxin complained with some dissatisfaction. Who said that burning incense and praying to a dead person? Those in other temples are all worshipping Buddha, okay? Lin Wenwen said with a smile. But I'm not Buddha, Dong Xinxin said helplessly. Now that you know everything that happened in the past 7 years, you're no different from a god or a Buddha. You know what's going to happen with just a pinch of your fingers. Lin Wenwen continued to joke. The setting sun in the sky was getting lower and lower. It was a rare purple-red color. It was beautiful. Many people looked up at the purple-red clouds in the sky, but they didn't know what would happen to them tonight. Dong Lijia, who was in the next room, was also standing on the balcony and looking at the sky. It was a rare sight, but no matter how beautiful the sky was, it couldn't relieve his depression about the disaster that would happen tomorrow. The peaceful and beautiful era was coming to an end, and the next day was going to be chaos and fear. Although they had already deployed their men, and those who stayed with them were all selected by Dong Xinxin himself, they weren't bad people. His heart wasn't bad, and his character wasn't bad either. In the face of life and death, he wouldn't do something inhumane. Don't go out tonight. Stay in your rooms and lock the door. Starting tomorrow, no matter what sounds come from outside, do not open the door if you want to know what happened. If you want to know what happened, you can look down from the window. Open the door and gather in the hallway in 3 days. After dark, Dong Lijia gave the order to everyone. The residential building they were in was rented as a whole. The doors and windows had been changed from wood to steel, and it was a double-layered security door. With the ability of ordinary zombies, they may be able to break through a wooden door, but they can't break through a metal door. Dong Lijia gave everyone 3 days' worth of food and water, and each room had its own balcony and bathroom. They all lived on the top 3 floors and didn't let anyone live on the lower floors. However, the doors were locked. The entire building's exit was locked. Chapter 1245. Dong Lijia and Dong Xinxin chose a relatively remote place. There were several modified off-road vehicles and 3 metal trucks in the open space downstairs. Except for the 4 people of the Dong family, the people following them didn't know what they were going to do. But since they had accepted the commission, they could only do as they said. There were also more than a dozen people who were arrested by Dong Xinxin and Dong Lijia's father. After more than a month, these people's emotions were either numb or had calmed down. Anyway, Dong Lijia said that as long as after tonight, if they wanted to leave, they would not stop them. Although they didn't know why the Dong family sent people to arrest people for various industries and put them under house arrest for no reason. They had food, drink, and sleep, and the treatment was not bad. In addition to not being able to leave the room, they didn't need to do anything, just let them stay like hostages. In the beginning, no matter how they resisted, it was of no use. They slowly calmed down and began to accept Dong Lijia's words. After tonight, let them make a new choice. Why must they stay with us? Dong Lijia ran to Dong Xinxin's room and asked puzzledly. After Lin Wenwen handed over the control of her body to Dong Xinxin, she stayed in Dong Xinxin's strange small space to read a book. Dong Xinxin's small space was very strange. She could feel it, but she couldn't put things in it. She could only let Lin Wenwen in and let her out. Others couldn't, such as Dong Lijia. She didn't know what kind of a tribute this small space was. Because they will be useful to us in the future, don't ask. Remember to check whether the locks of all the entrances and exits are locked. Everyone may not feel anything tonight. Dong Xinxin waved his hand and reminded him. Tonight, everyone will unconsciously fall into a state of dormancy, and then the changes in their bodies will slowly begin. If the door is not locked, it will be troublesome if you don't wake up tomorrow and the zombies outside sneak in. I know. Didn't you say that the people here will not mutate? Now there are no people around this building. Only the people in our building will have problems. Dong Lijia nodded. Although I remember those people, I can't guarantee that what happened now will remain the same. Dong Xinxin shrugged. What if she remembered wrong? What if there was an accident? These were all things that he had to take precautions against. The sky grew darker and darker. There was supposed to be a moon today. Although it wasn't a full moon, there was still some light shining on the ground. But for some reason, the moonlight seemed to have become blurry, and gradually, even the moonlight disappeared. After Dong Xinxin locked the doors and windows, he turned on a light and lay on the bed. She didn't sleep. She stared at the ceiling, waiting. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and went out. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Dong Xinxin began to feel a strange feeling of his body sinking, and his head was getting heavier and heavier. His eyelids began to close unconsciously. Here it comes. If everyone had already fallen asleep, they wouldn't have such a feeling. Only someone like Dong Xinxin, who was awake and waiting, could sense it. Other than her, Dong Lijia and their parents had not slept at all. It wasn't until now that they felt their bodies sinking uncontrollably that they realized what was happening. Lin Wenwen, who was in Dong Xinxin's space, also had a strange feeling. She felt a sense of oppression coming from Dong Xinxin's small space. Lin Wenwen looked up and shone the flashlight. She saw that the walls of Dong Xinxin's small space were twisting and moving strangely, and it seemed to be slowly approaching Lin Wenwen. She looked around and found that it wasn't approaching her. Instead, the space was shrinking, and the four sides and the top were shrinking towards her. Huh? Why did this space shrink? Wouldn't that squash her flat? What should she do? Although she thought so in her mind, Lin Wenwen wasn't worried, because she felt that this small space seemed to have something important to do with her going back 7 years. She could only go back from here. Seeing the change in the space, Lin Wenwen shouted Dong Xinxin's name. Xinxin? No response. She shouted again. Dong Xinxin? Still no response. It seemed that it had begun. Her body had begun to mutate. That was why this small space had changed. Seeing that the wall was getting closer and closer, and the oppressive atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Wenwen closed her eyes uncomfortably. She felt as if her chest was slowly being blocked by something, and she felt suffocated. Just when Lin Wenwen began to feel suffocated, her mind began to become dizzy. Then she felt that her spiritual power began to weaken, and she gradually lost consciousness. After Lin Wenwen lost consciousness, the small space squeezed her whole body. Then her entire body began to twist, and as it twisted, it became a whirlpool. Then Lin Wenwen and the small space disappeared together. Dong Xinxin, who was in a coma, didn't know that Lin 11 had disappeared because she also lost consciousness. Everyone in the whole building fell into a quiet, lying position in the dark room with their eyes closed. Of course, it wasn't just this building. The villages and towns within a kilometer or two away, the city, the province, and all over the country were collectively in the same state. Gradually, some people in all places stopped breathing, and their vital signs began to disappear. In the darkness, their faces slowly began to turn white and blue little by little. The eye sockets of their two eyes began to turn from blue to black, and their hair lost its luster and became dry. Their fingernails also slowly grew and became hard and sharp. The joints of their whole body became stiff, and their bodies became hard. The sky began to slowly brighten, and a gray light spread from the horizon. In an apartment, a couple was lying on the bed in a bedroom. The man's face was pale, and his two eye sockets were black as if he had been punched twice. His originally thick black hair had turned into yellow straw overnight. The hostess's expression was as usual, and there was no change. She woke up, and her eyes moved under her eyelids and opened. Then, after a few seconds of confusion, her eyes became clear. Then she subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of her husband, and as a result, as soon as she turned her head, she saw a pale face, a pair of black eye circles, pale lips, and yellow hair. "Old husband." The woman was startled and instinctively screamed and stepped back. The man seemed to have heard her scream, and at this moment he opened his eyes. But a pair of strange black eyes with no white and no pupils were revealed. Chapter 1246. When Lin 11 opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a bed. She sat up and looked at the surrounding environment. It was a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She turned her head and glanced around, and then found that this was the scene she saw in her dream. So she seemed to be back. Thinking of this, Lin 11 suddenly got out of bed, stepped on the floor barefoot, and trotted to the window. Then she looked outside. Yes, these renovated houses, and there was a familiar atmosphere around. Looking up, the sky was gray, making people feel very depressed. However, for Lin 11, this was indeed a familiar scene that she used to be familiar with. Now, it was a little strange, but familiar. She was back. This time it was real, not a dream. Just as Lin 11 was feeling emotional, Lin Hao, who was on the other side, suddenly sensed a familiar atmosphere. He instantly threw down the medical information in his hand, stood up from the chair, and ran out of the office. Then he rushed in Lin 11's direction. Lin 11 stood by the window and looked at the scenery outside, and then she suddenly thought of something. She closed her eyes and sensed it, and found that everything in the space was still there. Only then did she feel at ease, turn around, and walk toward the door. The door was not locked, so she opened it with a pull. Just as she walked out of the room, she heard a shout from the other side of the corridor, 11. She turned her head and saw Lin Hao running toward her with a nervous and excited face. Lin Hao rushed in front of her, immediately pressed his hands on her shoulders, and looked her up and down. He asked nervously, "Where did you disappear to? What's going on? Also, do you feel anything from your body? What about your special ability?" Although Lin 11 was 2 years older than him, Lin Hao rarely called her sister, and he directly called her by her name. Lin 11 looked at his nervous look and asked, "How long did I disappear?" Lin Hao looked at her and said, "More than half a month." He looked at Lin 11's condition and found that she seemed to be fine. Lin Hao was slightly relieved, and then he stared at her and asked, "When you disappeared, we thought you were taken away by someone else, but after checking your ward many times, they said that no one else had been here. We also investigated the base for a long time, but we couldn't find any clues about your disappearance. Later, they guessed that you might have run into your own dimension, but there was no clear evidence. So where have you been for the past half a month?" Lin 11 looked at him and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Maybe you won't believe me. Look at this." With that, she took out a bag of catnip from her space and threw it in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao was curiously waiting for her answer, but she suddenly threw out a bag of grass. But when he took a closer look, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. "So early. Lin Wenwen said, "You didn't expect that, did you?" While I was there, I saw a vision. He felt that this was very important, so he thought of ways to get a lot of them. How is it? What's this catnip for? Is this uncontaminated catnip? Really? Lin Hao had already squatted on the ground and opened the bag. Then he fished out a handful of catnip and put it in his hand to size it up. After carefully sensing it, there was not a trace of virus infection. So this was the purest catnip grass. It's really not infected. That's great. That's great. Wenwen, how did you get these? No. How did you get these? Where did you get them? After confirming that the catnip was indeed not infected, Lin Hao stood up excitedly, looked at Lin Wenwen, and blurted out. He didn't even think before he spoke. After all, it was difficult to find a bag of pure catnip in the apocalypse, let alone such a big bag. Before the apocalypse, Lin Wenwen looked at him with a smile. After Lin Hao heard it, as she expected, his expression was stunned. Then, he looked at her blankly and asked, "Before the apocalypse? What do you mean?" He didn't understand. What did she mean before the apocalypse? Could it be that she went back to 7 years ago? How could it be possible? Lin Wenwen knew that his expression would be so funny, so she continued to smile and said, "Yes, that's right. It was before the apocalypse. Otherwise, where could you find so many pure plants now?" After Lin Hao heard it, he looked at her and was silent for 3 seconds before saying, "Are you kidding me?" Lin Wenwen saw his expression was really funny. She had never seen such a shrewd brother show such an expression. Oh, that's not right. It was common when she was young, but it was rarely seen when she grew up. She covered her mouth and laughed, then explained, "Didn't you just ask me where I went? I went back to 7 years ago. So isn't it before the apocalypse?" Lin Hao stood next to her with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He looked at her speechlessly. "Is your brain broken? It's not time travel. How can you go back to 7 years ago?" Lin Wenwen saw that this guy had an expression of disbelief, so she said with some boredom, "Hey, it's fine if you don't believe me, but I'm not lying to you. Otherwise, where do you think I got these catnip? And look, these vegetables are all fresh." In order to prove that she really went back to 7 years ago, Lin Wenwen took out some fresh vegetables and fruits that she had previously purchased and stored in the space for him to see. Lin Hao looked at the tomatoes and vegetable cores in her left hand and the apples and pears in her right hand. There was no smell of infection. Just like the catnip on the ground, they were as clean as ordinary fruits and vegetables before the apocalypse. He put it in his hand with some uncertainty and carefully sensed it with his superpower. It was really clean. There was no mutated energy after the apocalypse, and there was no virus energy. Is it true? Lin Hao looked at her hesitantly. There was some disbelief in his eyes, and there was some feeling of doubting life. Lin Wenwen was happy to see his dumbfounded expression. She nodded, "Yes, it's true. And you said that I only disappeared for more than half a month, but in fact, I stayed there for 3 months. Just 3 months before the apocalypse." Lin Hao's face gradually changed into a "what the hell" expression. Then he looked at her, then looked at the fruit in his hand, then looked at her, and then looked at the fruit in his hand. More importantly, he stared at the big bag of catnip on the ground and was silent for a while. Isn't it amazing? At first, I didn't believe that I went back to the past. I felt like I was dreaming, and when I went back, I ran into someone else's body, not even back to my own body. Lin Wenwen smiled and walked to the railing of the corridor and leaned against it. Just then, she suddenly thought of something. Her expression sank and she asked, "Right? Who in our base turned purple? Was it poisoned or something? Who was that person?" Chapter 1247. Hearing her words, Lin Hao was slightly startled, then looked at her and said, "How do you know? Do you have telepathy? Wasn't she talking about Yuan Tianxing? Wasn't he the one whose entire body had turned purple as though he had been poisoned? Who is it? What does that person have to do with me?" This time, it was Lin Wenwen's turn to be a little anxious and nervous. That man must be very important to her. So in addition to her family, Lin Feng and Lin Hao, it could only be thinking of this. Lin Wenwen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, she rushed in front of him and grabbed his big white hexagram. Did something happen to Brother Tianxing? Is it him? Her eyes widened, and there was a complicated expression on her face, as if she didn't want to believe the truth. She probably guessed what had happened, but she was a little unwilling to accept it. So at this time, she asked Lin Hao for confirmation, hoping that his answer would be different from what she thought. However, Lin Hao just nodded to her regretfully and said, "Well, something happened to Brother Tianxing. When he went underground to inquire about the important situation, he encountered some very bad things. So he was poisoned." As soon as she heard Lin Hao's words, her imagination turned out to be true. There was a moment of despair in Lin Wenwen's heart. She opened her eyes, and her expression froze for 2 seconds before she asked, "Then, how is he now? Is he still alive?" What she saw at that time was that the man did not lose his breath. So he was still alive? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, he is not dead yet. But his previous situation is probably not good. What do you mean by not good? As soon as Lin Wenwen heard this, her expression changed, and she immediately interrupted him anxiously. Seeing that she was a little excited, Lin Hao quickly comforted her. "Alas, don't worry. Listen to me, okay? You've interrupted the most important thing I wanted to say." Lin Wenwen couldn't help but grab his clothes and shake it. "Then hurry up." Okay, I'll say it. Originally, Brother Tianxing's situation could only be suppressed by my sister at the bottom of the lake in the space, because there was no way to save him, and the destructive energy in his body was spreading. But now that you've brought back the uninfected catnip, you've also brought back the medicine that can cure him. That's why I said he couldn't recover before. But now he's fine. How much catnip did you bring back? It can't be that there's only one bag, right? Lin Hao explained to her, and at the end of the explanation, he suddenly thought of an important question. He looked at her nervously and asked, "I've tried my best to collect it. I've gone to many cultivation bases and bought more than 500 kilograms of fresh catnip. But I also bought a lot of seeds. We can plant them in Big Sister space." Lin Wenwen said in a depressed tone, but when he talked about seeds, his eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. 500 kilograms. So many. It's not a small number. And you even brought back seeds. That's great. This is the most important thing. However, when Lin Hao heard this, his eyes instantly overflowed with light. He was so excited that he couldn't help but grab her hand that was grabbing the front of his shirt and looked at her with a face full of excitement. Then she continued, "With this catnip, Brother Tianxing's condition will improve. There's hope of dealing with the underworld creatures outside." Underworld creatures? What underworld creatures? Those without eyes that look like gorillas? When Lin Wenwen heard this, the first thing that came to her mind was the underground gorillas. Lin Hao shook his head and let go of her hand. At the same time, he pulled her hand down from his clothes. Then he picked up the bag of catnip on the ground and walked to his office. "It's not those. Let's go to my office first. I still want to ask you a lot of questions. It's not those underground gorillas? There are others? By the way, how is Brother Tianxing's condition? What do you think the effect of these catnip is? Can it really save Brother Tianxing?" Lin Wenwen's mind was now on Yuan Tianxing, and she followed Lin Hao to ask him. "Brother Tianxing is now in Big Sister space, but Big Sister is not at the base now. So we can only wait for her to come back to treat Brother Tianxing. The juice in the catnip contains a substance that has a strong paralyzing effect on the underground creatures that are constantly emerging. And the mutated catnip contains mutated impure energy. If it was pure, it would be more harmful to them," Lin Hao explained to her as they walked. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly flashed in front of the two of them. "Sister Wenwen, it's really you." Qiu Lily had sensed Lin Wenwen's aura from far away at Mount Wu, so she immediately rushed over after smelling Lin Wenwen's scent. When she saw Lin Wenwen standing beside Lin Hao, who was still wearing a patient's gown, Qiu Lily was sure that she did not sense wrongly. "And I'm back. Did I make you worry these past few days? I'm sorry that I only came back now." Seeing Qiu Lily's big red eyes looking at him in disbelief, Lin Wenwen smiled and comforted her. Where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear?" After Chiu Lily calmed herself down, she finally asked the question that she wanted to know the most. Let's go to Lin Hao's office, and I will tell you everything. Lin Wenwen smiled at her. Oh. Chiu Lily then followed her to Lin Hao's office in a daze. And when the three of them walked halfway to Lin Hao's office, Lin Kuei appeared in a flash. Originally, he walked with Chiu Lily, but his speed could not keep up with Chiu Lily, who was a level 7 wind element. So he was a step slower before appearing in front of them. After appearing, he looked at Lin Wenwen up and down in surprise, but soon his gaze was attracted by the bag of grass in Lin Hao's hand. What is that? When Lin Hao saw him asking this, he immediately laughed. Oh, no way. You are very sensitive about this? Really? Even if you are a cat, that is only your special ability, right? You're not a real cat, so you shouldn't really have a reaction to these catnip, right? Hearing this, Lin Wenwen and Chiu Lily immediately stared at Lin Kuei with a subtle expression. Lin Kuei's expression was also subtle. And catnip? Do you feel anything? Chiu Lily saw that after hearing Lin Hao's words, he revealed a subtle expression as if he was deep in thought, and immediately asked curiously. Lin Kuei's gaze drifted a little unnaturally, and then he said, a little. Chapter 1248. Being stared at by Lin Wenwen and the other two. Although Lin Kuei's expression remained calm, his eyes still unconsciously glanced at the bag of catnip. Chiu Lily suddenly moved to Lin Hao's side, and then took out a catnip from the bag. Then she walked toward Lin Kuei with a sneaky smile, and then raised the fresh catnip in her hand in front of him. Sure enough, Lin Kuei's eyes were fixed on the catnip, and as Chiu Lily's hand moved left and right, his eyes and head also moved left and right. It was not under his control at all. A big man's reaction like a cat. Lin Wenwen couldn't help but laugh. Lin Hao was looking at the interaction between the two of them with a fresh look. Okay, stop it. After Lin Kuei came to his senses, he immediately grabbed Chiu Lily's playful little hand angrily. It's true. There's a reaction. It's amazing. Chiu Lily seemed to have found something fun, and there was a little excitement on her face. At this time, the others continued to walk toward Lin Hao's office. Lin Hao walked while talking about the recent situation outside the base. Since you were in a coma, there have been some strange changes outside the base. Recently, I don't know why, but different strange creatures have emerged from the ground all over the country. Last time you went to Lake Tai, there were some monsters that look like a lizard but not a lizard, like a crocodile but not a crocodile. The common characteristic of these creatures is that they appear in large groups, and they also carry a very serious poisonous gas. Not only are they harmful to living creatures, but they are also harmful to plants. No wonder I saw that kind of scene, but why did these things suddenly appear? Is there a reason? Lin Wenwen slightly frowned thoughtfully. However, at this time, Chiu Lily suddenly stared at her feet. Sister Wenwen, aren't her feet cold? Why don't you wear shoes? Although she was a zombie, there was not much reaction to the temperature. But looking at Lin Wenwen walking barefoot on the cold floor, she felt cold just by looking at it. Lin Wenwen stopped and looked down, only to find that she was barefoot. Oh, I didn't pay attention just now. I actually forgot. Saying that, she took out a pair of spare slippers from her space and threw them in front of her feet. However, it was also because she was a psychic that she was in good health. This bit of coldness did not have much of a reaction to her. Can you still see what's going on over there? Did you successfully advance your second ability? Lin Hao asked her curiously after he saw her put on her shoes and walked into the office. I guess so. I don't have a headache or dizziness anymore. Moreover, the space element's energy was also recovering. It seemed like he had succeeded, but I did see a lot of images. Lin Wenwen nodded and said, Where did you go? Isn't it inside the space? Chiu Lily asked in puzzlement when she heard them talking about that side and that side. How should I put it? I didn't enter the space, but another space and time. Lin Wenwen paused for a moment before answering her question. Apart from Lin Hao, who had already understood the situation, the other two looked at her in confusion. Lin Hao took the catnip that he had been holding in his hand and sat on his desk. Then he stared at the catnip left and right. After hearing Lin Wenwen's words, He looked up at the other people's expressions. He said casually, "She said she went back to 7 years ago. Look at this. This is what she brought back from 7 years ago." When Xiao Lily and Lin Kuei heard this, their expressions became similar to Lin Hao's. However, Lin Kuei was calmer, while Xiao Lily was dumbfounded. Lin Hao looked at their expressions amusedly, thinking that his expression must have been the same just now. "And I did suddenly go back to 7 years ago, and it wasn't my own reason. I was involved in it by someone else." But going back, there doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Lin Wenwen sat on another chair in front of Lin Hao's desk and then pointed to the bag of catnip. Xiao Lily listened to her words, looked at the big sack she was pointing at, and then looked at the catnip that Lin Kuei had been holding on to since he snatched it from her hand. "Really? There's such a thing? Did your special ability upgrade? Not only can you predict the future, but you can also go back in time?" Xiao Lily's thought was simple. She felt that it had something to do with Lin Wenwen's special ability. Lin Wenwen shook her head. "No, didn't I say it? I was involved in it by someone else." Xiao Lily looked at her with a strange expression. "No wonder you disappeared for no reason. We couldn't find a reason for your disappearance, even after searching for half a month." Lin Wenwen smiled. "This is also an uncontrollable factor. I don't even know why I ran back. But where's my big sister? Isn't she in the base now?" She suddenly remembered that Yuan Tianxing was in a critical situation and was in Lin Xiao's space. Lin Wenwen wanted to run to her with the catnip in her hand and then give her the catnip to treat Yuan Tianxing. "Xiao Xiao went to China." Xiao Lily looked at her and said, "Why did she go to China again?" Lin Wenwenlu was also surprised. She thought her sister was going out to deal with the underground creatures. Why did she go to China again? It's because Huaxiao wants to hold a conference on the underground creatures. I guess they're trying to snatch the intelligence from others. Xiao Lily pouted in disdain. As soon as Lin Wenwen heard this, he could roughly guess what was going on. She showed a gloomy expression and said, "I don't know what Sikong Chun is up to again. Since she went to China, she couldn't go to China again. That would only cause trouble for her sister, so she could only wait for them to come back. What about Tung? Is he at my big brother's house?" She suddenly thought of Tung. The adults had gone far away, so the child should be at the base. It was most likely to be at Lin Feng's house. Lin Hao shook his head. "No, I brought Tung with me." Lin Wenwen was stunned when he heard that. It was different from what he had expected, but she quickly skipped over this question and said, "Then when will she come back? Can Brother Tianxing wait?" "Yes, he can. Don't worry. There's a leader. Although her space can't cure Brother Tianxing, it can suppress his condition. So as long as he is in the lake in the leader's space, he'll be fine." Lin Hao saw that she only cared about Yuan Tianxing and couldn't help but say unhappily, "All right, since you brought so much catnip back, hurry up and find Big Brother to deal with it. Then let's get Big Brother to settle this first. We have to send it to Lung Xiantong first, and we have to send a portion of it to Sea City." Chapter 1249. Oh, Lin Wenwen was quickly chased out. She changed her clothes and went to find Lin Feng. But before she arrived at Lin Hao's medical center, she saw Lin Feng rushing over in the hall of the medical center. Wenwen, Lin Feng cried out in disbelief when he saw her. "Brother." Lin Wenwen smiled when she saw him and walked towards him. "It's really you. You're back." Lin Feng strode in front of her and pressed his hands on her shoulders in the same motion as Lin Hao. Then, he looked her up and down. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Lin Wenwen, he heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. You look fine. Tell me, where have you been all this time? Do you know how anxious we were because of your disappearance? Let's go to Lung Xuantong's place first. I'll tell you on the way." Lin Wenwen dragged his arm and walked out. "Have you seen Lin Hao?" Lin Feng was dragged out by her. She said that she was going to Lung Xuantong's place. It was probably something important. He followed her out and asked, "Of course I've seen him. This is his territory after all, and we've talked about everything that needs to be talked about. I only came after that," Lin Wenwen replied. The two of them walked out. Coincidentally, Lin Feng also drove over. He got into his car and drove towards the second base. Brother, I brought back some uninfected catnip. I heard from Lin how that this grass is very important, right? After sitting in the car, Lin Wenwen took out a catnip and held it in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned. Then he stared at the plant in her hand and asked, "Where did you get this?" As he said that, he took the catnip from her hand and couldn't believe his eyes. After staring at the green leaf in his hand, he looked at Lin Wenwen in a daze. He could sense the aura coming from the plant in his hand. It was the cleanest plant he had ever seen in the apocalypse. There was no trace of infection or mutation. It was as if it had never experienced the environment of the apocalypse. "I'm afraid you won't believe me. I brought this back 7 years ago," Lin Wenwen said to him with a smile. 7 years ago? Did you leave these behind 7 years ago? No, if it was left behind by you 7 years ago, it can only be a pile of hay. If it was planted until now, it would have mutated long ago. Lin Feng didn't quite understand what she was saying. He thought that when she said 7 years ago, she must have accidentally left it behind 7 years ago. But 7 years had passed, so it was impossible for it to remain so fresh, unless it was planted in the soil. It was 7 years ago, but it hasn't been 7 years. Instead, I directly put it into the space from 7 years ago and brought it back. It had been less than 2 months since they were plucked. Fortunately, I could freeze their changes in my space. Don't you want to know where I've been for the past half a month? Lin Wenwen explained. Not even 7 years. It's only been 2 months? What do you mean? Lin Feng listened to her words and looked at the catnip leaves in his hand in confusion. She continued, "Haven't you been unconscious in your own space for more than half a month?" He still believed what Lin Hao said before. After all, Lin Xiao was also a space type, and a similar situation had occurred. Lin Wenwen was also a space type, and after many investigations, he couldn't find any clues about her disappearance. So he would rather believe that Lin Wenwen disappeared because of him. No, I transmigrated. I suddenly returned to the 7th year, 3 months before the apocalypse, and I stayed there for 3 whole months. I only returned here on the day the apocalypse arrived. Lin Wenwen said after thinking for a while. Transmigrated? Lin Feng looked at her calmly. Lin Wenwen saw his expression and nodded with a smile. Lin Feng continued to look at her calmly. Lin Wenwen. The two looked at each other silently for a few seconds, and then the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Even the driver in front kept looking up at the rearview mirror, quietly observing the expressions of the two of them. At this time, little A, who was driving, was also dumbfounded. What did he hear? His boss's sister could actually transmigrate. What an awesome skill. And after transmigrating to the past, she could transmigrate back again. That was amazing. Lin Feng and Lin Wenwen looked at each other silently for 7 to 8 seconds before finally breaking the silence. Is it true? Lin Wenwen saw that her brother's usually serious expression was a little cracked, and she felt it was funny. On the surface, she nodded calmly. Yes, it's true. Really, it's not a dream. Otherwise, do you think I can bring this back in a dream? After saying that, she pointed at the grass in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, when they arrived at Base 2's Lung Xuantong's Research Institute, Lin Feng saw that Lin Wenwen still had a face of doubt, but he had to believe it. After all, that catnip was the most direct evidence. All right, you said you brought some back. How much did you bring? And how did you know we need this now? After getting out of the car, Lin Feng remembered the important question and asked her. Because I saw it with my second ability, although I'm not quite sure what's going on. I felt that this might be very important, so I went around to buy it, Lin Wenwen replied. After the guard of the Research Institute saw Lin Feng, he immediately led them in while informing Lung Xuantong inside. How much did you bring back? Lin Feng asked. 500 kilograms, and I also brought 80 kilograms of seeds, Lin Wenwen replied. And seeds? That's great. Smart. Once he heard that she brought seeds back, Lin Feng immediately turned his head and looked at her happily. Lin Wenwen smiled without being modest. Of course. Your sister, has never been stupid, okay? At this moment, Bao Xiaoying and Bao Xiaowu walked out. Deputy leader, the section chief, is in the lab now. He said you can go there directly. Lin Feng nodded. And let's go. When everyone arrived at the door of the lab, Lin Feng pointed at the rows of test grooves in the lab and said, "Those are the parts of the underground creatures we encountered outside. Now Lung Xianong has been studying how to deal with these things." Lin Wenwen walked in and looked at the test grooves cautiously. On them were the types, names, attributes, test time, and so on. Miss Wenwen is back? That's great. Lung Xiantong, who was bending over to stare at the experiment table, heard the sound and straightened up. He turned his head and saw Lin Wenwen. Then he said in surprise, "She just came back, and she brought back something good." Lin Feng smiled and handed the catnip in his hand to him like he was presenting a treasure. Chapter 1250. As Lin Feng expected, Lung Xuantong's eyes widened when he saw the plant in Lin Feng's hand. He popped his eyes and rushed at Lin Feng, snatching the plant from his hand as he said excitedly, "It's not infected. It's really not infected." He held the plant in his hand and carefully sensed it. It was so clean that he couldn't believe it. Lung Xiantong looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, "Where did you get this? Do you have more?" Lin Feng pointed at Lin Wenwen and said, "She brought back 500 kilograms of fresh catmint. She also brought back some uninfected seeds. As long as we plant them in chief space, we'll have plenty of catmint in the future." "Really? That's great. But where did Mississippi Wenwen find it? And so much of it?" Lung Xiantong wore a delightful look on his face. Then he looked at Lin Wenwen with confusion. "That's a secret for now," Lin Wenwen said to him with a smile, then made a step backward and waved a hand. Following her move, 3 large bags of catmint showed up in the clearing before her eyes. Seeing the 3 bags, Lung Xuantong's eyes glowed. He showed a thirsty look, as if he had seen 3 large bags of catmint before the apocalypse. "Is this enough for you to study? I have some more. Should we send the rest to Sea City Base?" Lin Wenwen first asked Lung Xiantong, then turned and asked Lin Feng. "It's enough. These are all pure catmint. They haven't mutated. Their juice is hundreds of times more effective than the catmint we've found before. We could dilute the catmint and do experiments." Lung Xiantong nodded quickly with delight. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Sea City Base needs to produce catmint weapons. We can send some to them. I reckon that with the pure attribute catmint, their weapons will be even more powerful." Sea City Base was cooperating with All Beings Base to produce the weapons. All Beings Base provided the information about the catmint, while Sea City Base was responsible for developing the weapons. 30% of the products would go to All Beings Base. After leaving the Research Institute, Lin Feng sent Lin Wenwen straight to Sea City Base. Aside from Lao San, Lao Lu, Jingyan, and the others from the zombie army, Qin Yu, Sun Lunan, Do Yunfan, and Jiang Anan, who had been training in the army recently, were also there to escort her. After arriving at All Beings Base with Lin Xiao, Jiang Anan directly joined the army there. A level 4 Earth-type special ability was not considered high, but it was not considered low either. Moreover, she was more familiar with Sea City. Ever since the incident with Bai Shuer, Jiang Anan had become even more reclusive. In his eyes, there was only the mission. When he was in the army, he only knew how to train himself every day. With a cold and scarred face, he was always alone. Only when she returned home and saw her mother would her aura soften a little. The journey from All Beings Base to Sea City Base was peaceful. They encountered a few mutated beasts, but didn't run into any trouble. Neither did they encounter any underground creatures. They arrived at Sea City very smoothly. After entering the Sea City Base, Number 3, Number 6, and the other zombies didn't follow them. She stayed outside the base and found a place nearby to wait for Lin Wenwen to finish her work and come back. Jiang Anan, Qin Yu, and the others had been following Lin Wenwen the whole time. The person in charge of developing weapons in Sea City was a weaponsmith. He was an old man with white hair. Even Xiao Yunlong didn't dare to talk loudly to him, as he had to lower his voice. Of course, Xiao Yunlong wouldn't bring Lin Wenwen and the others to the weaponsmith base. Lin Wenwen was an acquaintance of his anyway. In order to save himself some trouble, Xiao Yunlong directly brought her to the reception room. I guess you're fine. I guess Lin Feng and Lin have been worried sick about you since you disappeared. But still, they couldn't find you, Xiao Yunlong observed Lin Wenwen the first thing he did when he saw her. Lin Wenwen smiled, but didn't say anything. But why are you here to deliver the materials this time? Don't you always send others to deliver the materials? Xiao Yunlong didn't know what Lin Wenwen was going to deliver. According to Lin Feng's message, it was a very important material. Because it's safer to put in my space. There are quite a lot of things. Lin Wenwen looked around and gave Xiao Yunlong a signal with her eyes. Thankfully, Xiao Yunlong immediately understood her meaning. It seemed that she still needed to keep it a secret. So, he waved a hand and told his people to leave. As no one else was in the living room, Lin Wenwen told Qin Yu and the others to leave as well. Only she, Xiao Yunlong, and Meng Yu stayed in the room. Lin Wenwen stood up from the couch and walked to the middle of the living room, then took out 100 kilograms of catmint from her space and put on the ground. These are all pure catmint. There's no virus in them. These 100 kilograms should be very useful for you, right? She looked at Xiao Yunlong and said. Xiao Yunlong stared at the large pile of bags that Lin Wenwen took out. Hearing her say that the catmint was pure and uninfected, he didn't believe her. Immediately, he looked at her in disbelief. Never been infected? That's impossible, isn't it? Is it possible to find uninfected plants now? Lin Wenwen shrugged, then stepped back to the couch and sat down. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me. Before Xiao Yunlong moved, Meng Yu, who was sitting beside him, had already stood up and walked to those bags, touching them with her hands. Then, she said, she's right. These are all pure catmint. There's no virus at all. No way. Really? Xiao Yunlong was a little surprised to hear that. Meng Yu had plant power. If she said that there was no virus, then there was no virus. She couldn't be wrong. But how could that be possible? Now, after the second mutation of the virus, there are almost no pure and original plants left. How did all beings base find those catmint? And there were so many of them. Xiao Yunlong couldn't believe it. He moved to the front and opened one of the bags to look inside. As he expected, there was a pile of fresh catmint leaves and roots. He didn't sense any virus at all. Meng Yu wore a look of disbelief as she looked at Lin Wenwen and asked, Where did you get these? Lin Wenwen smiled and said, That's a secret. We can provide more for you in the future. But on one condition, you need to give us 10% more weapons. Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu didn't react strongly to her request. They glanced at each other and fell into deep thoughts. In fact, Lin Wenwen's request wasn't unreasonable. After all, catmint was the most important material for making weapons. The pureness of the catmint would certainly play a great role in the weapons. If they provided all the catmint, they would get 40% of the finished products. Only the technology and materials of weapons were found in the sea. 60% wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. Chapter 1251. Okay, no problem. If it's all these pure grass, then giving you 30% is a loss. Xiao Yunlong nodded, then turned to look at Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen smiled and said, Thank you for your cooperation. At this time, she suddenly said to Xiao Yunlong, By the way, can I trouble you to do me a favor? When Xiao Yunlong heard that she wanted to ask him for help, he stood up and walked back to his seat. He asked her, What is it? Lin Wenwen took out a piece of paper, put on the coffee table, and said, Help me find a few people. This should be in your base. Meng Yu walked over and picked up the paper she put on the table, opened it, and looked at it. Dong Xin, Dong Li Jia, do you have any problems looking for them? Lin Wenwen looked at her. Why? Do you know them? Meng Yu shook her head. No, I'm just curious. I'll help you check. Thank you. Lin Wenwen smiled and nodded to her. Then Lin Wenwen stayed in Sea City, waiting for Meng Yu to help her find people. At this time, in the base of Huaxia, Lin Xiao took Li Zheng and the others to live with Wu Qingyue and the others in the embassy building arranged by Huaxia. In the lobby of the embassy, they also met the current leader of the Black Dragon base, Du Kunshin. This man was still handsome. When he smiled, he was quite sunny, reducing a lot of his age. He was clearly a man in his early 30s, but he looked like a young man in his 20s. But when he didn't smile, the gloomy temperament did not weaken much. Long time no see. Leader Wu and Leader Lu are here too. But you're not the last. There are still people who haven't arrived. Seeing Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao appear together, Du Kunxing stood up and greeted them with a smile. The last one is from Qingshan base. He's probably very busy in the base now. Wu Qingyue smiled at Du Kunxing. Lin Xiao had never seen Du Kunxing before, and this was the first time she saw him. And it was also the first time for Du Kunxing to see her. Both sides just smiled politely. This should be the beautiful leader of the base that I've heard of recently. Hello, I am Du Kunxing from the Black Dragon base. Du Kunxing looked at Lin Xiao with interest. Although his gaze and actions were a little impolite, he didn't mean anything bad. Previously, he was quite interested in this new female leader because he was very curious about what kind of woman Wu Qingyue was chasing. Now that he had seen her, he felt that she was indeed very beautiful, and her temperament was also very good. Moreover, her figure was very hot. Even if she was wearing the military uniform specially made for leaders, it couldn't cover the high bulge in front of her. Her waist was slender with a belt, and her legs were straight and slender. It was no wonder that Wu Qingyue would chase after such a stunner. Lin Xiao also smiled and looked at him. I heard that Leader Du is a strange person, but I didn't expect you to not give up the Black Dragon base and leave like Gao Haoyan. Hearing this, Du Kunxing only smiled faintly and said, Hee hee, am I that kind of person? Fortunately, I didn't run away like Gao Haoyan. Otherwise, wouldn't I end up like him? That's not necessarily the case. Even if he didn't leave, he would still end up dead. Lin Xiao knew that he was joking, so she casually replied. Then, she said, All right, why are we talking about a dead person here? I wonder if there's any news about Du Shouxin's arrival here? As she spoke, she walked to the sofa, sat down, and looked up at Du Kunxing. Du Kunxing understood that she was asking about Huaxia, so he sat down and said, Although I also want to know about their plans, unfortunately, I didn't manage to find out any news about them. I heard that your base was the first to encounter the underground creatures. Have you researched any ways to deal with them? He was referring to the group of underground gorillas. They were indeed the first to appear. Lin Xiao nodded. The first ones to appear at our base. Although they are very strong, they have a big weakness. They can't come out during the day to be exposed to the sunlight, so they didn't recklessly invade our base. As for effective methods, there is one, but it's not convenient to say it now. As for effective methods, I do have them, but it's not convenient to say them now. But seeing that Lin Xiao wasn't willing to say it, he nodded in understanding. However, seeing that Lin Xiao was unwilling to say, he nodded in understanding. After some thought, he changed the topic and turned to look at Wu Qingyue. However, Sea City has already terminated their cooperation with Huaxia. I didn't expect them to invite great leader Wu over this time. Wu Qingyue looked at him with a smile. I'm surprised too. I thought they would isolate us. When Du Kunxing heard this, his expression immediately became gloomy for a moment. They really wanted to do that. Previously, they even wanted to threaten me, to forbid me from continuing to trade with you. It's just that I didn't care about their threats. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do next. But before they can do anything, the underworld creatures appeared. Xikong Chun did something like that. Lin Xiao was speechless when he heard that. He exchanged glances with Wu Qingyue. It seems like Xikong Chun also wants to control the Black Dragon base in China's hands. Wu Qingyue's smile faded. He looked at him and said, It seems like you didn't agree. But he won't let you go just like that, right? Du Kunxing sneered and spread his hands. When Gao Haoyan cooperated with him in the past, he had already planted a lot of people. However, when Gao Haoyan left last time, I took the opportunity to get rid of those people that Xikong Chun planted. Now that he doesn't have any information about us, even if he wants to do something, he won't be in a hurry. Also, it's too late. They were probably still planning something, but the sudden appearance of a large number of strange creatures messed up their plans. By the way, I heard that he went to the northwest not long ago, but it seemed like he didn't achieve anything. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Xiao again. The smile on his young and handsome face seemed to be gloating. Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue both understood that he was referring to Xikong Chen's plan to ambush Dong Xiaowei. However, because of Lin Xiao's appearance, Xikong Chen didn't get anything. Instead, he injured his assistant. Xikong Chen probably has a lot of opinions about Lin Xiao now. It seems like Xikong Chen won't have a good attitude toward her during this meeting. I just happened to pass by. Who asked Xikong Chen to have such bad luck? Lin Xiao smiled and spread his hands. Du Kunxing said, but I didn't expect a rank 9 metahuman to appear. The Blue Continent actually has such a trump card. It's not simple. At this time, Wu Changyue said, Qingshan base has never been simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden until now. Chapter 1252. Xikong Chen is now in frequent contact with foreign bases, and he hasn't even done any cover-up work recently. It seems that he doesn't care about us. What do the two leaders think? Du Kunxing thought of Xikong Chen's recent frequent transactions with foreign bases, and he didn't even need to hide his transactions. He brazenly made those transactions with foreign bases, and the intention behind it was obvious what he was going to do to other domestic bases that didn't obey him. From a moment he wanted to sneak attack the level 9 leader of Qingshan base, Xikong Chen's ambition became more and more obvious. Wu Changyue said, from the moment C-City terminated the transaction with Huaxia, we and Huaxia were already on different sides. Originally, we had planned to go our separate ways after the transaction was concluded. However, it seems that Xikong Chen doesn't want to do that, so of course we won't just let him beat us up. Du Kunxing looked at him and sighed. Your C-City does have the strength to compete with him, but in terms of weapons, you should be at a disadvantage, right? After all, everyone knew that C-City's technology was still a few steps behind Huaxia. Hearing his words, Wu Changyue just smiled calmly. Although we are slightly inferior in terms of weapons, we will soon catch up to them. Du Kunxing was slightly startled when he heard his answer, and then said, it seems that you have already prepared for this, right? As expected of the leader of C-City, your preparations are more thorough than others think. Wu Qingyue was obviously telling him that C-City also had a lot of information about Huaxia and had already prepared a backup plan. Obviously, they didn't need outsiders to worry about them. At this time, in the base, Qiu Lily suddenly found that Lin Kuei had disappeared. That guy's aura wasn't in the base. Huh? Where'd he go? Qiu Lily was puzzled on the top of a tall building in the base, looking around for Lin Kuei's aura. Not long after, she slowly found the base by following the scent left by Lin Kuei. She didn't know what Lin Kuei went out to do, but Qiu Lily remembered that she had taken a catnip from Lin Wenwen, but Lin Kuei snatched it and didn't return it. Did he go out with the catnip? When Qiu Lily found Lin Kuei a few kilometers away from a base, she saw that he had turned into a big black panther. The strange thing was that he was rubbing his body against a mutated tree. Qiu Lily landed on the roof of a nearby building and looked at him blankly. What are you doing? Lin Kuei was leaning against the big tree, wiping himself. He stopped when he heard Qiu Lily's voice. Then he turned to look at Qiu Lily and wagged his long black tail. The pair of leopard eyes flashed with some kind of unknown light. When Qiu Lily met his eyes, she didn't know why, but her heart flashed a subtle premonition. She originally wanted to jump down and lean on him, but because of this, she hesitated and stopped in place. Lin Kuei didn't answer her. He just turned his head and turned around when he saw her. Then, it stared at Qiu Lily and walked towards her step by step with its claws. The long tail behind it swayed left and right from time to time. What are you trying to do? Qiu Lily suddenly felt like she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The subtle bad feeling in her heart just now immediately grew. She stared at Lin Kuei, who was walking towards her, warily. At this time, Lin Kuei suddenly stopped and then stood silently with his head raised to look at her. Hey, say something. Have you become mute? After Qiu Lily saw him stop, her heart was relieved for no reason. Then, she scolded him angrily. Lin Kuei suddenly sat down, and his two front limbs stood side by side in front of him. However, he still didn't speak. He just stared at Xiao Lily with an unfathomable gaze. Xiao Lily became more and more confused. She didn't know what was going on with Lin Kuei. He didn't answer her question. Why did he only know how to stare at her? So, the person and the leopard stared at each other silently for a few seconds. Suddenly, the big black panther spoke human language. Lily, do you like me? Huh? Xiao Lily's first reaction was to be stunned. When she reacted, she realized what Lin Kuei said. Then, her expression became subtle. At first, she looked at him blankly, but in the next second, her eyes drifted left and right. She didn't dare to look Lin Kuei in the eye. What did you say? She was very embarrassed and awkward. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Kuei's eyes. Lily, I like you. However, at this time, Lin Kuei said again. Xiao Lily was stunned again. Then, she instantly looked at Lin Kuei's eyes. What did you say just now? Are you serious? Lin Kuei stood up, swinging its tail and circling around on the spot. He then looked up at Xiao Lily, who was standing on the rooftop. Then he bent his forelegs slightly and jumped up. Xiao Lily saw him jump to the rooftop in the blink of an eye. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. She hadn't reacted to his words just now. Lin Kuei walked towards Xiao Lily with elegant steps. Although Xiao Lily wanted to run away, she didn't dare to do so. But she wanted to know what Lin Kuei meant just now. Why did he think that she liked him? And he actually said that he liked her. Usually, she liked to stick with him, but she didn't know whether she liked him or not. Moreover, this big cat's sudden confession caught her off guard. Lin Kuei didn't immediately get close to her. Instead, he began to walk in circles around her. Step by step, his footsteps were rhythmic and unhurried. He said, I know you like me, but do you like me like this? Or like a human? The red light in Xiao Lily's eyes began to shine. If she was a human, she would have blushed at this moment. How do I like you? Lin Kuei's footsteps paused slightly. He said, Really? You really don't like me? If I leave, will you miss me? Xiao Lily was stunned again. What? You want to leave? Where are you going? Can you answer my first question first? Lin Kuei walked up behind her and rubbed his head against her hand beside her. Xiao Lily's whole body trembled. Her hand seemed to be electrified. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Her expression was a little complicated. Although she didn't want to admit that she liked him in front of him, if she had to say that she didn't like him at all, that was also impossible. But the question was, why did Lin Kuei suddenly ask her such a question? From the moment she saw him, Xiao Lily felt that he was strange. His gaze was strange too. Chapter 1253. What's wrong with you? You don't look right now. Xiao Lily didn't answer Lin Kuei's question immediately. Instead, she turned around to look at him. I'm fine. Very, very fine. Lin Kuei's voice was a little airy. Then, he rubbed his head against Xiao Lily's hand, and then his whole body. His body was already very big. In his leopard form, he was about 2 meters tall, and he almost reached Xiao Lily's chest. So, when he rubbed against her furry body, the petite Xiao Lily took 2 steps back. Big Cat Lin, are you acting coquettishly now? After being rubbed against by him, Xiao Lily looked at him inexplicably, because kittens would only rub against people's feet like this when they were acting coquettishly. Hearing Xiao Lily's words, Lin Kuei stopped rubbing against her body. Then, he used his tail to curl Xiao Lily's long hair behind her back and shook it. He said, How could I do that kind of thing that only children would do? He wasn't acting coquettishly now. He was clearly courting her, okay? Hearing his words, Xiao Lily was speechless. She looked back at him and said, You are. At this time, Lin Kuei turned behind her and suddenly disappeared. Xiao Lily turned her head and wanted to look at him. Then, a pair of strong arms suddenly hugged her shoulders from behind. Silly, I was clearly confessing just now. Lily, I like you. Do you like me? After Lin Kuei hugged Xiao Lily with a pair of smooth arms from behind, he pressed his head into the pit of her neck and sniffed her scent. Being hugged by him, Xiao Lily was already shocked and panicked. But when she heard him confess again, her mind became even more chaotic. His mind became even more chaotic. He was happy, helpless, and at a loss. All of a sudden, he didn't know how to react at all. More importantly, Lin Kuei was now hugging her with his naked body. Should she scold him for acting like a hooligan, or should she answer his confession? If she said she didn't like him, it seemed like she was lying to him and herself. If she said she liked him, he suddenly made her panic. And could he put on his clothes first? Huh? Do you like me? I think, Lily, you must like me because you usually like to be with me. You're obviously a very antisocial little girl. Apart from being a little closer to the leader, you don't seem to be close to anyone. In the end, not only did you spend a lot of time with me, but you also visited my sister often. Lily, just stay with me, okay? In the end, Lin Kuei suddenly turned Chiu Lily's body to face him and looked at her face affectionately. Sigh, I'm still young. Don't let me see your human body. I don't want to see it. Chiu Lily was startled by his sudden turn. She subconsciously closed her eyes, pushed his chest with her hands, and turned her face to the other side, not daring to look at him. Although your body is still the same age as before you became a zombie, but your mental age is not young. You're already an adult. Come on, open your eyes and answer me. Lin Kuei pressed her shoulder with one hand and pinched her chin with the other, looking at her little face. His eyes swept over her closed eyes, then from the bridge of her nose, and finally stopped at her cherry-red mouth. Even if my mental age is that of an adult, but my body is still that of a child. Let me think about it. Chiu Lily struggled for a long time, and finally pushed him away and was ready to run away. However, before she could push Lin Kuei away, Lin Kuei had already reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist again. He directly pulled her back into his arms. Don't run. Why do you need to think about it? The facts are in front of you. Lily, look at me. Lin Kuei pulled her back and locked her in his arms, looking down at her, and said, if it was the usual Lin Kuei, he would definitely not pull Chiu Lily like this. But today, just like what Chiu Lily said, he was indeed not right. You let me go. Chiu Lily did not expect him to pull her back in an instant, not even letting her run away. She looked back and saw his strong chest, which was a little pale because he was not angry. She wanted to lower her head to avoid his bare chest, but when she looked down, she accidentally saw something more terrifying. Chiu Lily's whole body stiffened, and she immediately closed her eyes and raised her head. No, you have to answer my question before you can go. Lin Kuei still grabbed her and did not let go. He looked at her stubbornly and said, Okay, I got it. I kind of like you. Is this okay? Can you let me go? Can you put on your clothes first? Is it okay to confess and act like a hooligan at the same time? Chiu Lily could not stand it anymore, and finally admitted it. In the end, she could not help but complain. However, Lin Kuei did not care about his current appearance at all. After hearing Chiu Lily's answer, he suddenly held her face with both hands, then lowered his head and forcefully blocked Chiu Lily's lips with his own. Chiu Lily felt something strange on her lips and opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Kuei's face pressed against hers, she instantly widened her eyes. Then, she reflexively began to struggle. However, Lin Kuei seemed to have anticipated her action. He immediately bent down and tightly held her small waist with both hands. Then, he raised one hand and clasped the back of her head. His tongue stuck out from his lips and went into her small mouth. Chiu Lily was completely frightened by his action, and she slapped his shoulder hard. As a result, her hand touched his smooth skin, which made her even more confused. In a panic, she could not help but want to use her special ability, but she suddenly thought that it might hurt Lin Kuei. Thinking of this, she could not bear to do it, so she hesitated and finally did not use her special ability to attack Lin Kuei. Moreover, Lin Kuei's tongue was stirring wildly in her mouth, rolling her tongue and rubbing together. It made Chiu Lily's lips unable to close, and a silver thread slipped from the corner of her mouth. Chiu Lily even felt that there was something hard on the lower half of Lin Kuei's body that was holding her. It made her a little uncomfortable, so she subconsciously pushed it with her hand. As a result, the feeling was a little strange. It was fleshy and hard, and there was a faint heat. After Chiu Lily suddenly realized what she had touched, her whole body immediately froze. As a result, Lin Kuei took the opportunity and began to touch her. Predict the future. Ha ha ha, old rules. Join the group for 9999113. Chapter 1254. When Chiu Lily woke up, she found herself in Lin Kuei's embrace in leopard form. She was buried under the soft fur of Lin Kuei's belly, and his head was nestled in her neck. Chiu Lily was stunned for 2 seconds, and instantly, some charming scenes flashed through her mind. Her whole body stiffened, and then she moved her legs as if she thought of something. She felt that the lower part of her body didn't feel sticky or dry, and it was refreshing as if it had been cleaned. And Lin Kuei helped her put on her clothes. As soon as she moved, Lin Kuei's leopard eyes opened. He looked up at her and said, "You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Chiu Lily stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly pushed him away and sat up. She jumped off the bed and awkwardly pointed at Lin Kuei. She wanted to scold him, but suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, she was the one who agreed to it. Thinking about it, she was a little angry at herself. In the end, she could only take back her hand and stare at him angrily. Seeing that she was angry, Lin Kuei immediately jumped off the bed and looked at her. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Humph. Who told you to eat random things? Otherwise, how could this happen?" After saying that, she turned and ran up the stairs, waved her hand, and blew up the exit with a fireball. Then she disappeared in a flash. Lily. Before Lin Kuei could react, Chiu Lily had already blown up the door and ran out. He hurriedly chased after her, but Chiu Lily was gone. He could only follow her breath. Lin Kuei knew that Chiu Lily might be emotional after waking up, but he didn't expect her to run away immediately. After a moment of daze, his body automatically reacted and chased after her. Although it was all his fault for eating the grass, he still felt that it was his fault. But he didn't expect the catnip to become an aphrodisiac in his body. But this should be a good discovery, right? Ahem. Compared to his sexual bliss, yes, it was good. But the drug was a little strong, but he really couldn't resist the smell of the catnip. It was like a heavy smoker who hadn't smoked for a long time, and suddenly smelled a cigarette. He couldn't help it at all. After being mesmerized by the smell, he put the catnip in his mouth and ate it for some reason. Fortunately, after eating it, he was inexplicably excited and his lower body was excited. He didn't lose his mind and do other things. But he felt a little guilty for confessing his love and coaxing Chiu Lily to accept him. So how could he let her run away angrily at this time? If she ran away, how could he chase after her? So, he couldn't let her run away now. However, Chiu Lily was a wind and fire elemental. Once she ran out, it would be difficult to catch her. Although Lin Kuei's speed was also very fast, there was a gap when one was flying in the sky while the other was chasing on the ground. Chiu Li and out. Chiu Kuei Li. Chiu and then Chiu ran. Chiu Lily calmed down after running far away, and then stopped at the top of a tall building in the city. She stood at the edge and looked at the direction of Lin Kuei's breath. She raised her hands and rubbed her cheeks. She couldn't believe that she did that with Lin Kuei. She couldn't believe that Lin Kuei did that to her. He could even do that to her underage body. Even if he was drugged, he was still conscious, but he didn't care about it. Or maybe he had this kind of juvenile fetish. That's not right. He said that he liked her. Furthermore, he seemed to allow her to stick to him. Whether it was stroking his hair or stroking his head, he didn't seem to resist at all. But she knew that Lin Kuei wouldn't let anyone else touch his head and fur except her and Lin Jing. But looking at him at that time, if she really didn't agree, Lin Kuei wouldn't force himself on her. Lin Kuei probably wouldn't force himself on her. But what if he really lost his mind in the end, just like what he said? What surprised her even more was that the catnip that Lin Wenwen brought back had such an effect. But was it only useful for Lin Kuei, or was it useful for all zombies? She felt that Lin Kuei became like an aphrodisiac. Fortunately, Lin Kuei liked her. Xiao Lily felt a little sweet when she thought that Lin Kuei confessed to her before doing that. Lily, just as her mind was in a mess, Lin Kuei's Black Panther had already appeared on the side of the same building as her. But he didn't dare to get close and just looked at her from a distance. Xiao Lily turned her head to look at him and then immediately turned her back to him, not daring to look at him. She didn't know what expression she should use to face him. She was so shy just thinking about it. Lin Kuei stood on the side of the building, more than 10 meters away from Xiao Lily. He watched her put her long hair in front of her chest. He asked hesitantly, "Can I come over?" Xiao Lily didn't answer him, but said with her back to him, "Is there anything else?" "The effect of the drug has worn off." Lin Kuei said, "Of course I have something, but I'll make it clear to you face to face." Xiao Lily didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. "Then I'll come over," Lin Kuei said tentatively, and then jumped onto the roof and slowly walked towards her. Xiao Lily felt him coming closer, so she turned to face him. "What else do you want to say?" Lin Kuei walked to her and smelled his scent on her body. He wagged his long tail happily. "Are you still mad at me?" He looked up at her eyes and asked her. Xiao Lily shook her head. "I'm not." "Then why did you run?" "You scared me." Lin Kuei was speechless. "I'm just mad at myself. I actually listened to you." "Humph. You will take responsibility for me, right?" Xiao Lily said angrily, and then stared at Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei smiled, and the beard on both sides of his mouth was slanted. He lowered his head and rubbed her belly. "I will definitely take responsibility for you, unless you don't want me anymore. Even if you don't want me anymore, I don't want to let go of you." Xiao Lily pushed his head away and said with some disbelief, "You men make it sound nice, but I don't know if you will have a change of heart in the future." "Humph." After saying that, she turned her head and looked to the other side, not wanting to look at him. Lin Kuei immediately turned to the other side, looked at her, and said, "That's impossible. I won't have a change of heart. I swear." With that, he sat down and then raised a paw to his ear, looking at her like a lucky cat. Chapter 1255. Xiao Lily was amused by his cute look. Then she said angrily, "Who knows what will happen in the future? Don't be too sure." Lin Kuei saw that acting cute didn't work, so he could only put down his claws. Then he moved closer to her and said, "I will only put you in my heart in the future. What do you want me to say to make you believe me? Besides, we're already like this. Do you still want to leave me?" Xiao Lily looked at him with a conflicted expression, but she had already begun to give up resisting. Lin Kuei hooked her hand with his furry tail and said, "Promise me, okay? Don't leave me, Lily." I had just promised him. "Xiao Lily, aren't you usually very straightforward? Why are you so hesitant now? I'm getting anxious." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. The two of them turned their heads and saw a head popping out from another building in the distance. Elmar looked at the two of them with a gloomy expression, as if the eunuch was anxious even though the emperor was not anxious. "You, when did you come?" After seeing Elmar, Xiao Lily was shocked and immediately blurted out. Lin Kuei turned around and sat next to Xiao Lily in the direction of Elmarch. He said, "Oh, she's been here for a while. Ah, can you sense me? I am invisible." Seeing Lin Kuei's calm reaction, Elmar looked at him in surprise. As long as she was invisible now, no one could sense her. Could it be that Lin Kuei had some special skills that could sense her presence? Maybe it's because we both have the same type of ability. I seem to be able to feel a little bit, but it's a little vague. Lin Kuei raised a paw and wiped his leopard face. Both of them were natural animals, like the intuition between animals. In fact, he wasn't sure who was hiding nearby, but he could vaguely feel it. After all, the other party didn't reveal any aggressive hostility, so he didn't bother. After all, his wife was more important now. Elmar moved closer to Xiao Lily and sniffed at her. Then, she pinched her nose and took a step back with a look of disgust. "Hey, your body is full of the smell of this black leopard. Speaking of which, you guys actually developed to this point? It's amazing." Then he continued, "Speaking of which, the two of you are already in such a relationship. Why are you still fighting?" Lin Kuei raised a paw and made a reporting gesture. It's not me, it's her. After saying that, he pointed his claw at Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily angrily slapped his hand away, looked at Elmar and said, "This is our business. What are you doing here?" Elmar shrugged and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "It's obvious. They're here to watch the show. It's just that I'm anxious, so I came out to interrupt." Ha 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 ha. Actually, when she saw Xiao Lily's hesitant look just now, she didn't know what was bothering her. Therefore, in a moment of panic, he came out to cause trouble. Moreover, seeing that Lin Ke was about to carry Xiao Lily home, she couldn't stand the sight of him. However, since he was serious and seemed to treat Xiao Lily well before, Zhang Heng couldn't help it. And Xiao Lily seemed to like being by his side, although Elmar was a little jealous. However, he had to admit that helping others achieve their goals was also a good thing. "I think you're here to cause trouble." Xiao Lily knew her personality very well, so she rolled her eyes. But after being interrupted by her nervous and chaotic mood slowly calmed down. Glancing at Lin Kuei, who was sitting next to her, Xiao Lily felt very happy. At this time, Elmar asked again, "But I'm very curious. Lin Kuei, you become a zombie. You can still feel it? If it wasn't for Lily's smell, I really can't believe what you guys did." Lin Kuei was a little embarrassed when she asked this kind of question so blatantly. Fortunately, he was now in the image of a Black Panther, so it wasn't very obvious. It was just that his eyes were a little drifting. Chapter 1256. On the information given by Huaxia, the appearance, body shape, strength, and attributes of those creatures were clearly written. He also wrote down the common characteristics and the impact of harm. However, he didn't write down what everyone really wanted to know. Why? China's research and technology has always been the most advanced among the major bases. Haven't you guys figured out a way to deal with these things? Wu Qingyue asked Sikong Chun with a smile, after quickly looking through the documents. Sikong Chun looked at him expressionlessly and replied, "I also want to know the answer to this question, but even if there are many scientific researchers in my base, they still need some time. According to the current research progress, it's still a little more difficult." Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "Oh, really? Since you've already done the research, it's impossible that you don't have any ideas, right? I'm sure Leader Sikong already has some plans in mind, right?" Sikong Chen looked at him calmly and said, "I do have some plans, but I've already done experiments. There weren't any good results, so I gave up and wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Since Leader Wu said so, it seems that Leader Wu should have a good method, right? If I do, of course I don't mind sharing it with everyone. Unfortunately, I don't have this ability. Even Huaxia, with such good personnel and technology, can't think of it. How can I think of it?" Wu Chunyue still smiled calmly and spread out his hands. The first meeting was filled with probing, so they wouldn't get any useful information. However, since Huaxia had already taken out their research information, the major bases didn't hide it either. During the meeting, they also took out the information on the underground creatures that appeared in their respective areas. Basically, the information on the surface was similar to what they had collected themselves. "I think, since these things are coming out from the ground, why don't we send an expedition team to the underground to investigate? See what might be discovered that would be crucial? These things wouldn't come out for no reason, right? There must be a reason. If we can figure out the reason, can we think of a way to stop them from wreaking havoc on the surface?" Lan Lu looked at the pile of information on the underground creatures in his hands and suddenly said. Du Quinxing clapped his hands and said, "That's right, I also have this idea. However, it won't be easy to choose who to send down. After all, we don't know what the situation underground is like." When Lin Xiao heard this, he said, "It's definitely dangerous. My deputy chief only went down for less than a kilometer and has already collapsed. Those who are weak don't need to go down because they won't be of any use and will even drag us down." Du Quinxing nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. If we're going down, of course we should send some stronger people down. At the very least, everyone should have the ability to protect themselves." Although that was what they said, there were only so few people with real strength, and almost all of them were the leaders of their respective bases. Places like Haicheng, which had many people in charge, were fine. But places like Universal Life Base, Qingshan Base, Black Dragon Base, and Mongol Tribe only had 1 or 2 level 7 adepts. If they didn't go down, they wouldn't be able to send out strong people, and if they went down, they would lack a strong person to take charge of the situation. For such a dangerous mission, the person must be at least a level 6 Arcanist. If a level 5 person went down and encountered a situation, they might not be able to do anything due to their lack of strength. It was even more likely to cause unnecessary trouble. So for such an important mission, it was impossible to only send people from one base. The major bases would send people to form an exploration team, and it would be more balanced. Wu Chengyue still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Sikong Chun. What does leader Sikong think? Sikong Chun nodded with a straight face. Of course, I have no opinion. In that case, it will take a few days for the manpower to prepare, and the meeting can only wait for them to complete the mission before discussing further. Wu Chengyue said with a smile. That's the only way. I have no opinion. What do you all think? Lan Lu said aloud, his eyes sweeping across everyone's faces. I have no opinion, but we still need to consider the candidates to prepare the manpower. Du Kunqing said. He did not have enough manpower. After all, he was the only level 7 Arcanist in Black Dragon Base, and there weren't many level 6 Arcanists. If he didn't go down, he could only send 2 level 6 Arcanists. In terms of the strength of the base, Haiqing was slightly weaker than Huaxia, but it was much stronger than the other bases. Then let's do it this way. We will first choose a place to enter the cave. After 3 days, let the people you send go down from there, and see the results before making a decision. Sikong Chun suggested at this time. Everyone had no objections. They all nodded and said, no problem, but now we want to enter the underground cave. Do you all have a suitable location? Since everyone is going to send people together, why don't we first go in the central region? I know of a very deep cave at the northern border of Xiang province. Let's see if we can find anything at the bottom of the cave. Wu Qingyue's first suggestion was the central region. There was indeed a very big cave there, and the underground creatures that appeared were very large. If a large creature moved underground, it would definitely leave behind a wide passageway. So it would be more convenient for humans to go down. I have no opinion. Let it be in the central region. Anyway, there are cave marks left by the underground creatures everywhere. It doesn't matter where we go down. Lan Lu expressed his agreement with Wu Qingyue's suggestion. Anyway, if everyone sent people to gather in the middle, it would be very fair. I have no opinion. Du Kunqing nodded. Lin Xiao looked at Sikong Chun and smiled. I agree. Sikong Chun saw her look at him, then looked at the others. 3 people had already expressed their agreement. Even if he wanted to object, not only would it be useless, it would also affect the others' attitude towards him. So he could only nod. Okay. Then everyone looked at the last level 7 Arcanist, Bao Chengji of the Meng tribe base, waiting for his opinion. Ah, you all have agreed. How can I object? Of course I have no opinion. Bao Chengji saw everyone looking at him. He immediately smiled and said. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, since everyone has agreed, then I will mark the location and send it to you later. So everyone dismissed the meeting and went back to arrange their own people. Chapter 12:57. What's wrong? Has the plan changed again? After the meeting, Xia Longyan received the news and immediately came to find Sikong Chun. Sikong Chun sat at his desk with a paralyzed face and said calmly, if they want to go underground to scout, then let them go. Wu Chengyue and that woman will definitely go down. We'll change the plan. When the time comes, you just need to find an opportunity to make a move so they can't come up. Sikong Chin's consideration was that Lin Xiao and Wu Chengyue were both level 8 ability users. Their 2 bases were almost one. So between the 2 level 8 ability users, one of them would definitely go down. This was to ensure the success rate of this mission. What? You wanted to go down? I've already met that woman. She will only be wary of me. What can I do? Xia Longyan heard his arrangement and immediately frowned with some dissatisfaction. If that woman goes down, You just need to find an opportunity to explode the potion within 5 meters of her. It'll be effective on her. With your ability, even if you don't get close to her, it shouldn't be difficult for you to throw something over. Sikong-chin looked at her calmly. His tone was calm, as if everything was in his control. After listening to his words, Xia Longyun fell into deep thought. She said, "If it's like what you said, I can do it. Also, I will let Lu Jinan go down with you. With his cooperation, you should be able to get twice the result with half the effort." Sikong-chun put his hand on the table and tapped lightly. After thinking for a while, Xia Longyun nodded and said, "Okay then, I got it." At this time, someone came to the door. The person knocked on the door and walked in. "Oh, Beauty Xia is here too." Xia Longyun saw that she had finished talking with Sikong-chun, so she turned around and walked out. "I'm done. You guys do as you please." After the two of them watched her figure disappear outside the door, Wei Haichao handed over the newly obtained information to Sikong-chun. He said, "I found something in Haicheng." Sikong-chun took the information and asked, "What is it?" Haicheng currently doesn't have a situation where crops are grown, but they still provide fresh ingredients every day. He just didn't know where these fresh ingredients came from. However, according to my deductions, Ocean City has a close relationship with the Universal Life Base. Moreover, our people haven't been able to sneak into the Universal Life Base. I feel that this point is suspicious. There is some secret in this base that can change the situation of the land. Wei Haichao handed over the information to him and explained the situation. Could it be that the secret that Ocean City said could purify the land isn't their own, but something that only exists in this base? Sikong-chun looked at the information in his hand with a curious expression. Not only did the information state that the plantation base in Sea City was still in a state of being unable to grow, but it also stated the number of fresh dishes provided in the canteens in Sea City every day. It was even written that Sea City would receive a batch of supplies from the Universal Base every week. However, the contents of these materials had not been found out. Sea City was very secretive in this aspect. The intelligence on this base has always been difficult to obtain, and it seems to have a close relationship with Sea City. I feel that this woman's base is becoming more and more mysterious. Wei Haichao looked very interested in the Universal Life Base, his eyes flashing with an unknown light. Sikong-chun knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression and nodded. "Since you're so interested, then go and do it. While that woman doesn't have time to care about her base, take a few level 6 ability users to investigate." Perhaps there were very few level 6 ability users in other bases, but in Huaxia, there were a lot of them. That was why Sikong-chun casually asked him to take out a few level 6 ability users. After all, he had spent a lot of resources to train a number of level 5 and 6 ability users for use. Understood. Wei Haichao nodded. On the other side, when Lin Xiao returned to her room, Wu Qingyue and Lan Lu followed her. She walked to the door and stopped, turned to look at the two behind her and asked, "What's the matter? Your room is over there." The two men looked at each other and turned to nod at her at the same time. Lin Xiao could only invite the two into the room and sit down. She looked at Lan Lu curiously and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of sending people down to investigate the situation? Did you find something on your side?" Wu Qingyue also turned to look at Lan Lu when he heard what she said. Lin Xiao might be right. Lan Lu must have found something. That's why he made this suggestion in front of everyone. "You're really not simple. You can actually guess what I found." Lan Lu smiled and looked at Lin Xiao, then reached into a hidden pocket of his coat and took out a piece of paper and handed it to the two of them. "What's the situation?" Wu Qingyue reached out and took a look. Lan Lu leaned on the chair and said, "I sent people down to investigate, but they didn't dare to go too deep. They did find something interesting." Before he finished, Wu Qingyue looked at the contents of the paper and said, "Underground space? Did your people go more than 3,000 meters down?" Lan Lu said, "The underground space is just my guess. My people didn't find that place. But from what they observed, it seems that there is indeed a world that we don't know about underground." Wu Qingyue looked down at the information on the paper again and said, "There is a strong airflow at such a depth of more than 3,000 meters. It seems that there is indeed a spacious place underground." But what are these plants? Lan Lu said, yes, it's because of these strange plants that I can be sure that there's a very large space underground. But my men have collected too few of these plants, so we can't tell what it's like underground. Lin Xiao looked at him and asked in confusion, you didn't continue to send people down to investigate? Lan Lu's expression was somewhat heavy as he replied, my men were only halfway down when they encountered something very powerful blocking their way. Only 2 of the people who went down came back. You're saying that there's a space underground that we don't know about, and there are some monsters that are similar to the ones on the surface? Lin Xiao followed his information and came to this conclusion. No, the things underground are stronger than the ones on the surface. But there don't seem to be many of them, and if we encounter one, we won't be able to return. Lan Lu shook his head and explained. Number of individuals? Lin Xiao inexplicably thought of the big red cat. Although there was only one, its strength was not inferior to that of a level 7 mutated beast. It was also a very powerful existence, but it was a vegetarian, which was very puzzling. Chapter 1258. That's right. The 3 times my men encountered them underground, they were all alone, unlike the ones that appeared on the surface in a group. But even if it's just one, it's at least rank 7. Lan Lu nodded with a serious expression. His words made the other 2 look at each other, and their expressions also sank. They didn't expect to encounter rank 7 and above 3 times, and they didn't even encounter them in the deepest part of the underground. That meant that the deeper they went, the more powerful they might encounter. They might even encounter rank 8 or even rank 9 beasts. If they sent people down like this, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to return. It was too dangerous. So I think the people who are going down this time can't be lower than rank 6. Think about the candidates carefully. Even if you choose rank 6 beasts, it's best to choose someone with special life-saving skills. Lan Lu thought about it and gave them a suggestion. Lin Xiao thought about Yuan Tianxing's situation and suddenly said, in addition to powerful and aggressive exotic beasts, there might also be some natural traps, such as poisonous gases or liquids. Wu Qingyue spread his hands and said, it's better to have at least 1 rank 8 ability user lead the team. But there are only 4 rank 8 ability users right now. Do you think there's any way for Sikong Chun to personally lead the team down? There were already 3 out of the 4 level 8 experts here, so it was impossible for Sikong Chun to personally go down. He wasn't such a stupid person, so he wouldn't let his base be placed in front of the other 3 without his supervision. Because no matter how you looked at the current situation, Lan Lu, Lin Xiao, and Wu Qingyue were on the same side. There were so many secrets in Huaxia, and if he didn't personally look after them, they might not be able to keep them. If he didn't personally look after them, they might not be able to keep them. He definitely won't go down no matter what. For him, the most important thing isn't the scouting mission, nor the discussion meeting after the mission ends. It's the plan he's plotting. Lin Xiao sneered and said what Sikong Chen was thinking. Lan Lu looked at her and asked curiously, do you know what he's plotting? Lin Xiao said to him, I think his plan is only targeted at me or Wu Changyue. It has nothing to do with you guys for now. After meeting Sikong Chun today, even if Lin Xiao couldn't sense his true thoughts, he would still be able to sense it. But just from his gaze, she could feel that Sikong Chun had done something behind the scenes during this conference. Moreover, she could feel that the other party was coming for her, or Wu Changyue. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a smile and said, no matter what his plan is, we have nothing to fear. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. If Sikong Chun dared to make a move, then they would just have to wait and receive it. Lan Lu smiled and said, Great Leader Wu is very confident in dealing with Sikong Chun. Looks like you've already made some preparations. Wu Qingyue smiled back. Of course. Sikong Chen's intentions are too obvious. We still have some basic precautions. So, apart from the underground discovery, is there anything else, Leader Lan? That's all. Lan Lu was stunned when he heard the last sentence. Then, he realized that Wu Changyue was chasing him away. After thinking for a bit, he said, But since Chen isn't willing to go down, then among the three of us, who do you think is the most suitable candidate? Blue Land wasn't a combat-type ability, and his psychic abilities might be useful for scouting underground. But compared to Lin Xiao, his ability was a bit weaker. Moreover, his body was relatively weak. If he encountered those creatures that were immune to abilities, even if he had spirit-type abilities, he wouldn't be able to attack them. Instead, he wouldn't even be able to run away. I'm a spirit type. You guys know that my skills are too weak. I probably won't be able to protect the entire team if I go down, so don't look at me. He spread his hands and said straightforwardly. Wu Qinghua looked at him and then at Lin Xiao. According to what he said, the three of them felt that Lin Xiao was the most suitable because she was a zombie and her ability was fire and poison. Also, she had space and a lot of protective abilities. If it was Wu Qinghua, his skills weren't weak, but the destructive power of the lightning element was too strong. If they weren't careful during the battle, they would be buried together with the underworld creatures. Lin Xiao saw the two men staring at him at the same time and said indifferently, I don't care. I also want to see if there is really a space that we can't imagine like you said. She really wanted to know what made these underground creatures come out of the ground. Hearing Lan Lu's words, Lin Xiao also felt that this underground space really existed. Otherwise, how could there be so many monsters? It seemed that the creatures that came out of the ground couldn't grow to such a scale in a short period of time. Lan Lu smiled, but Wu Qinghua showed a slightly conflicted expression. What? Are you worried about Miss Lu's safety? I think her self-protection skills are much better than yours, so the chances of her coming back alive are higher than the two of us. Lan Lu saw that Wu Qinghua's smile had faded, so he joked with him. From the big picture, exploring the underground situation and bringing back information was the most important thing. Therefore, as the leaders of two bases, Wu Qinghua and Lin Xiao would usually think about the big picture. However, Wu Qinghua was a bit of a male chauvinist and felt that letting his woman go would make him unhappy. But Lan Lu was right. In fact, Lin Xiao was the most suitable person to go down. Thinking about it, if she didn't go down, then when he went down, she might have to face Chen's conspiracy, so it wouldn't be safe either. Lin Xiao was very confident in staying alive. After all, she had the zombie body in space as her trump cards. This body was many times more dangerous than a human's body, and it was also much stronger than a human's body. In addition, her skills and perception were even comparable to a peak level 8 metahuman. As long as she didn't face a level 9 mutated beast, she felt that nothing could kill her. Of course, there were still a lot of dangers. She didn't rule out the possibility that there might be some unknown things underground that might affect her zombie body. Seeing that Lin Xiao had already decided, Wu Qinghua could only let her go. He turned his head to look at Lan Lu and asked again, Okay, is there anything else? Seeing that this was the second time he wanted to drive him away, Lan Lu looked at him and smiled meaningfully. But this time, he didn't continue to stay, stood up, and walked out. Okay, then that's it for now. After saying that, he walked out. After seeing him leave, Wu Qinghua's mood slightly relaxed. He turned his head and was about to say something to Lin Xiao, but at this time, Duan Wan appeared at the door again. Ahem, although I'm sorry to disturb you now, there is new information from the base. Duan Wan knocked on the door and looked at the two of them with a smile. Wu Qinghua. Chapter 1259. Seeing Wu Qinghua's darkened face, Duan Wan walked in with a smile. News from the base. What's going on? Lin Xiao looked at her in confusion. Anything that could be sent from the all-life base at this time was definitely urgent information. Could it be that something happened in the base? Hearing Duan Wan's words, Wu Qinghua could only sigh and sit down to listen to their conversation. Since Lin Xiao didn't chase him out, it meant that he could listen to their conversation. Good news. When is back? Duan Wan smiled and said to Lin Xiao. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately revealed, a happy expression. "Oh, really? How's her situation?" "Seems to be fine. I heard that her second ability has been successfully promoted. Also, her space has expanded a lot, and she brought back a lot of good stuff." "Look," Duan Wan said as she pointed at the letter in her hand. There were some things that she couldn't say directly. Lin Xiao took a look. It would have been better if she didn't read it. She cried out in surprise, and her eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. "Huh? No way. Is this true?" The letter was written by Lin Feng. Not only did Lin Wenwen return safely, it also explained the reason why she disappeared. She also explained the reason why she disappeared, saying that she didn't run into her own space when she disappeared. Instead, she transmigrated back to 7 years ago. Lin Xiao was a little confused. Is this true or false? She still has this ability? Duan Wan looked at her expression with interest and said with a smile, "Yes. Otherwise, how could she bring back so many things? And they're very important." The more Lin Xiao read, the more her expression changed. In the end, it became an expression of disbelief. In the letter, it said that Lin Wenwen disappeared 7 years ago and that she stayed in a peaceful society before the apocalypse for 3 months. Not only did she bring back a lot of resources that hadn't expired, but she also brought back 500 kilograms of fresh catnip and seeds. How did she know this? Seeing that Lin Wenwen brought back so many catnip, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in surprise. Don't forget what her new ability is. She probably saw something. Duan Wan smiled. What did she bring back? Where has she been missing these days? After seeing her reaction, Wu Qingyue was very curious. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "She went to a place that you can't imagine." "What place can I think of? What did she bring to make you so excited?" Wu Qingyue looked at her and asked with a smile. After Lin Xiao finished reading it, a black flame appeared on his hand and engulfed the piece of paper. She looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "It's good stuff, but I don't know if it can be completed in 3 days and delivered to me." Wu Qingyue was confused by her words and didn't know what they were talking about. What Lin Xiao was thinking was that even if Lin Wenwen sent the non-infected catnip to Haiqing probably wouldn't be able to produce the special bullets immediately. After all, the catnip still needed to be broken down and tested for its power and effect. Even if they had 3 days to work nonstop, they still didn't have enough time. But it wasn't impossible. Hurry up and send someone back to ask Xiao Yunlong to speed up the production this time. If he can bring it back before I go down, I could try the effect of the actual combat. Lin Xiao looked at Wu Qingyue and said aloud, if the effect was good, then their action this time would be less hindered. Wu Qingyue looked at her blankly. Speed up the production this time? What is it? Let's talk somewhere else. Lin Xiao stood up and walked to Wu Qingyue's side, directly pulled him up, and then took him into the space. After Duan Wan saw them disappear in the room, she sat quietly in the room and waited. Wu Qingyue was pulled into the space by Lin Xiao and appeared in the living room of the small building. Wu Yiweling was sitting on the sofa, playing with little Tingting. When she saw the two come in, she immediately cheered. "Papa, Mama, do you have time to come in?" Little Tingting was small, but his voice was the loudest. "Daddy." Although Wu Yiweling spoke, her voice was not loud. When Wu Qingyue saw the two children, his mood immediately became better. He went over to pick up little Tingting and sat beside Wu Yiweling. He smiled and looked left and right at little Tingting, then right at Wu Yiweling, and said, "You miss Daddy so soon?" "I don't, but I'm happy to see you come in." Little Tingting shook his head and said with a smile. Lin Xiao glanced at them, then walked out of the door to take a look. She did not see Lu Tianyi in the crop fields in front of the building. She went to the back of the small building and saw that he was competing with the big ducks and geese again. She watched him grab a big white goose on his left and a big yellow duck on his right. He was pulling them apart, but the two fowls were flapping their wings and stretching their heads to bite each other. "Goose, goose, quack, quack, quack." Lu Tianyi stood there holding the two with a black face, and there were a few duck feathers and goose feathers stuck to his face and head. "I say, what are you doing?" Lin Xiao looked at him amusedly. Lu Tianyi separated his hands and walked to the iron cage on one side. He threw one in, then walked to the iron cage on the other side and threw the other in. Then, he clapped his hands and took off the feathers on his face. These two are male, and they don't like each other. I don't know why they can always open the iron gate and run together to fight, he said with a tired expression. Lin Xiao looked at him with a feather hanging on his ear and couldn't help but laugh. So you have to stop them from fighting often? Lu Qianni raised his hand to touch the last feather on his ear and rolled his eyes at her. What else? Let the two of them fly to the front and ruin my vegetable field? Lin Xiao was speechless and could only turn around to go back to the living room. She went to touch her son who was lying in Wu Qingyue's arms and said to him, "Your intuition is very accurate. Your Aunt Wenwen is back, and she brought back the medicine that should be able to cure Yuan Tianqing. If she remembered correctly, the catnip juice might be able to cure the destructive energy in Yuan Tianqing's body. She just didn't know how the effect would be, but she knew that the new catnip would be very powerful." Huh? Really? Where did Aunt go? Little Tungting looked at her in surprise, his big eyes shining with curiosity. Wu Qingyue also looked at her curiously. The expressions of the father and son were miraculously the same. Two pairs of eyes that looked similar stared at her. Lin Xiao's heart instantly felt like it was lightly brushed by a feather, and a strange and subtle feeling arose. It was slightly itchy, slightly warm, and slightly sweet. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.